blasphemy, but melts are better than grilled cheeses. Don't at me. Always add shit to your grilled cheese. Hands down. Always. Every time. Much better. Anyway, enough of me reading fucking Reddit. Let's go for the real content. Year 327. Begins here at this place in the absolute realm. Longdeath. What's that? Why is this so funny? This shouldn't be so funny, but thank you for sharing, Cooler. It's actually like, you know, aged and cured, but there's I think it's just a loaf of milk with extra steps, you know? Cheese is just milk with extra steps. Just eat milk. Problem solved. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean when you take actual cheese and grill it. Like when you just like fry cheese. I've had fried cheese. Fried cheese is great. But you know, that's probably because someone said grilled cheese and not grilled cheese sandwich, you know? That's the important part is the sandwich bit at the end. If you miss out on the sandwich bit, then, you know. Yeah, just eat the cow. Just eat a steak. And then you're like getting ahead of the whole cheese thing. Anyway. Cut out the middleman and eat grass. See, that's the that's the vegetarian in me talking. Welcome back to Longdeath, a fortress that is struggling, but doing all right in the grand scheme of things. We currently have how many dwarves in the fort? We just had a child, actually, which was really good news. There's 27 populous dwarves in the fort and 45 total. We currently have a number of named dwarves and a couple unnamed merchants, if you want an older merchant. But the named dwarves are Jimmy Tibby, the newborn, Axon the Third, Nanochip, Zindros, Lumpy, Sad Robot MTG, just some old guy, Harimaru, Critty, Laggy, Alien Slayer, Animal, Defcom, Blue Water, Max, Knowles, Seeker, Ghost, Free, Tiny Goliath, Corvius Suede, Massive, Diamond Destruct, Tygo, Arch, Vimamel, Vinsati, Queveneer, Jack Nurik, Whitcode, The Scoid, Radio Free, Olive, Pilot, and, of course, LaFonda. If you'd like a Daturo Duet 2 in the format of a merchant, I could absolutely give you one. Yeah. Or we could do a slight variation of the name and not give you, like, number 2 at the end of your name. Could do that. Just let me find one that isn't, like, about to have a panic attack. There you go. This'll do. Although I think that we gave you the full name previously, so I could just call you Do It. And she was interested after watching performance, felt pleasure while performing. You are 63 years old, born on the 11th of Granite in the year 264. Her hair is her nose bridge is incredibly concave. Her very short hair is neatly combed. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. Very generic looking. Married to Saigon, and is a faithful worship of the god of disease and death. Very, very chill. And you worship at the Church of Vomit. She personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Values good craftsmanship and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Dreams of creating a great work of art. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions. And she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is quite comfortable with the others that have a different appearance or culture and can sometimes act without deliberation. She is trusting, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she has little interest in joking around. She tries to keep things orderly and occasionally overindulges, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It should be the family name if possible. That isn't a thing that's... I can't edit last names. I can only edit first names and nicknames. And a buzzard stole some goat cheese on the topic of cheese. So I want to say, what time of year is it? It is late spring. And so we've been working on a pretty large project recently, and because of that, I naturally, Aqua, I'm going to let the dwarves have a bit of a break. So we're actually not going to do much initially. So this is what we have all set up here. This is going to hopefully be done by the end of today. This is the process of making a very large water reservoir, which is going to be right above a very large lava reservoir. We're going to dump the water from the water reservoir onto the lava reservoir and make obsidian, which we are then going to mine out and then rebuild a large portion of the fortress, at least on the top layer, out of obsidian. Because it doesn't burn. And right now, half of my fortress is burnable, and I don't really like that. So, we're going to be rebuilding large chunks of it into obsidian. So that's what we're doing. But right now, we're just chilling. Party at the pubs? I wish it was that easy. But yeah, that's basically, we're giving the dwarves a break and hopefully they hook up. We also are going to need to slaughter some of the unicorns again soon based on how many babies there are. So yeah, that's the plan for right now is just let the dwarves do the dwarfy thing and hopefully they have some kids. But I think we're just going to chill until the human, or yeah, until the humans show up to trade. Should be the plan. That's called worrying? I don't know if that's worrying. I like this dwarf. Is distracted after being unable to fight. It's badly distracted after a lack of decent meals, which is a problem that's just going to be indefinite in this fort. I don't know. Not enough to melt ice, so I don't know. Like the like things like heat in Dwarf Fortress are processed, but they're so hard to actually keep track of because of the way heat works. By that I mean it works, but it doesn't really tell you what it's doing, and there's no way to like easily look at it. Another thing that we're waiting for is we're waiting for this water to drain out so I can redirect the water here into this. So then the water will flow down into here. So that's another thing that we're doing. So we're redirecting water. We also need to like get all of the water out of here. But, you know, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. So, yeah, that's what we got to do right now. Apparently, dwarves can actually, like, overheat to a point where they can injure themselves, but I've never actually seen that happen. You mean, like, mega projects? What do you mean by generation projects? Like projects that take multiple generations. You know dwarves live for like 160 years, right? Your latest character has been compared to Memphis or Morpheus from the Matrix. And now I'm looking. Oh, the one that the little emote guy? Or the bigger guy? Are you talking Daryl or the no person? Well, I mean, this whole fortress is, I guess, theoretically like if you're talking about projects that last multiple generations, yes, this fortress has lasted like 6 already. So, yeah. I mean, generations are going to continue going and going and going and going. Sure, go nuts. Did you post this person previously, or? Because I could also just scroll up. But yeah, if you mean generation projects as in like, you know, like the Great Pyramids, a project that takes multiple generations, then yeah, basically. Because everything in this fort takes a very, very, very long time. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't recognize the name, so I don't believe I've seen that particular one. So ever since I did those super long streams, my armpits have been hurting. Like I feel like I strained a muscle behind my shoulders. So I've spent like 2 days since just stretching. Radio Free Olive is throwing a tantrum, who's one of my merchants. Do you actually have a significant other in this fortress, Radio? If you don't, I should boot you out. But summer's arrived. Doesn't change the fact that it hurts. I mean, stretching is the only thing you can do. Why wouldn't I stretch? The way you say that is that you seem surprised that I would do such a thing, but of course I would stretch. I mean, I work out pretty frequently, but I guess I just like used a muscle that I'm not used to using or something, or maybe I was sitting in an awkward position for a really long time, which is possible. Playing point and clicks does weird things. Most people won't do the stretching. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I was like on Team Canada as a backup for sprint kayaking at one point. And a bunch of people that I know who I used to train with were in the 2020 Olympics or 2021 Olympics because the 2020 Olympics didn't happen. So, all right. So I'm going to need to turn off this zone because Olive punched somebody. So something I'm actually going to do is I'm going to boot Olive out of the fort, I think, after you do your prison sentence. Because you're just beating somebody, and I don't really want you to kill anybody. I mean, you can spam. I wouldn't mind. If people post in that room, then people are more likely to post again, so. Were they able to get that dwarf to rest? Yep. Because the dwarf got beaten up pretty bad. Got punched in the foot a whole bunch. Pretty sure it was just punching him in the hands and feet. It's an odd fight. Maybe he was catching it? I don't know. If someone does this, does that count as punching you in the hand, or is that catching a punch? Like, if I go to punch somebody and they put up my hand, their hand, and they catch my punch, is that me punching them in the hand, or is that them catching my punch? Which one is that? Assuming like they put their hand out to block it. I mean, yeah, I'm not one of those people, so of course I'm going to do stretches. Yeah, I guess so, especially if they're wearing the right kind of sunglasses. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely Morpheus. Although Morpheus is I wouldn't immediately think Morpheus, actually. You know what I would think when I look at this? And it's not Morpheus. You might be unimpressed with my statement here, but when I see this character, I don't think Morpheus. I think Gangnam Style. So, you know, like maybe if it was Trenchcoat, and if he was a few shades darker, I would think Morpheus, but have mercy on her. I mean, is it bad to look like Psy? I mean, man, Gangnam Style's pretty catchy. Had some hair? Did he? I don't know. I guess he did. I guess he has hair, but like that's what I think of before I think of Morpheus. I don't know. God damn, Radio. Can you stop tantruming, please? You know, yeah, I'm going to absolutely expel that dwarf. You're just kind of a lost cause at this point. 2 counts of disorderly conduct with plenty of witnesses. Let's convict you of your crime. and arrest you. After our new Captain of the Guard picks up some equipment. Yeah, no, that's the main reason why I wouldn't say Morpheus, is because the skin tone would need to be a few shades darker for me to see Morpheus in that. Maybe like Morpheus cosplayer. Someone pretending to be Morpheus. You know, like Morpheus would be a pretty good Halloween costume for that character. I'll put it like that way. So we have a new Captain of the Guard who's Quavenir, because our old Captain of the Guard, Tiny Goliath, well, has been mayor for a little bit now and has been too busy to do all of these jobs. So we kind of had to delegate it to somebody else. So Tiny now has the job, who doesn't particularly like the job, but, or not, Tiny gave the job to Quavenir, who doesn't particularly like the job, but hey, it's a job. Gravicus, hello, how's thing? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like like similarities in like body type and glasses type, but for me, to be Morpheus needs to be a trench coat, not a hoodie, and needs to be 2 shades darker. Just doesn't look like Morpheus to me for that reason. A place for you to post all your weeb trash? I'm confused. What's that got to do with anything? Although a Discord server that you should join is the Halcyon Frequency Discord, which is right there. We recently added a looking for group room, and Pack is looking for people to play Deep Rock Galactic. So if you want to go play Deep Rock Galactic with Pack, there's information in the LFG room. I don't know why I'm promoting that. I don't need to, but here I am. Well, if you want to play Deep Rock Galactic, go play Deep Rock Galactic. But anyway, I realize a lot of you are probably already in there. Based on the statistics of how many people have notifications turned on for my streams and YouTube videos on that server, a lot of you guys are already in there. Did I miss something? Do it? I don't get it. I feel like that's some Princess Bride shit right there. My noise is enough? No, totally. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people who watch me in that Discord who's got those notifications turned on. It's kind of cool. I don't know, that Discord's neat. I think we've done a good job on it. It's been really cool watching the little communities for the different games kind of grow. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, people could use it for LFG. Or could definitely use looking for group room for that, if you so desire. Speaking of looking for group, I've been trying to convince my dad to play chess with me. And I know that like 10 people in here are gonna be like, play chess with me. I'm like, nah. Literally the only person in the world I want to play chess against is my dad. Him and me need to play chess via email. But he says it would be too distracting at work, and he says, ask me again when I'm retired. The royal treasure has arrived, which is interesting, because the humans didn't send both factions to trade or royal treasurers for a very long time. They only just started sending royal treasurers again, like the last time I streamed Longdeath. Freskins!
Does this game have graphics?
I was moving, if I can ask. So the question that you should be asking isn't, does this game have graphics? The question that you should be asking is, does these graphics have games? Because that's the important question, is does these graphic have games? So I asked that question. Does these? Solo knows what's up. Does these graphics have game? And the answer is, duh. So anyways, what's up? How's things, Freskins? Oh, moving's been good. Long time no chat. Hope you've been well. So did they just send the one caravan? No, both the caravans arrived. Cool. House in shambles, lots of work. That's home ownership. Yeah. Has it been good, though? I don't think you have. I mean, my Twitch is telling me you're a first-time chatter. Or a first-time chat from viewer, which is, like, not to call you out or anything, but it's a bit of a giveaway right there. It's a great feature, though. So, yeah, I do believe it is the first time you've spoke. But hello. Welcome to the stream. And a little bit of Longdeath. You know, Freskins, it's been so long, I think you missed my entire Halloween fort. Where that's flattering that you're calling me a big streamer. Yeah, I think you missed the entirety of my Halloween fort, Freskins, where we lots of spoilers for Halloween fort, I suppose, but we raided towers, we made a drowning chamber, we made a lava moat, we built a necromancer tower, we had showers, we had lots of great stuff. And then we flooded hell and dug too deep. You've watched some VODs? That's good. I'm not a big streamer. Come on. Euthra said on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Well, it's a great hobby, Solendev. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Fuck, what was I requesting? Huh. You know what? Let's request everybody's favorite. And I'll because I don't actually know what I'm doing right now, and I really need to actually take stock of the things that I have, which I haven't done in this fortress in forever. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft worship. Investments are open, chat. But yeah, no, I'm certainly not a big streamer. I am a streamer, but I'm not a big one. I'm just old and snarly. Makes me scary. Well, then we've finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. You know, if people could see how boring like most streamers' lives are behind the stream, they wouldn't be anywhere near as intimidated. What version are you playing? And are you trying to use text will be text? Because if you're trying to use text will be text, turn it off before you load into the game. And also, what version are you playing? I could actually you know what's freaky, Stone, is I could theoretically confirm that, but then I'd have to scroll through all of your chat logs, and that might take a very, very, very long time. Yes, it would take a very, very, very long time. And I don't feel like scrolling all the way back to then. Yeah, if you're playing in the most recent version and it's crashing before you're getting in game, you're doing something wrong. I mean, I wouldn't use noob packs at all. Just see if it crashes when it's a vanilla install. Yeah, you've been speaking in here for over a year, and you're probably, if I had to guess, Stone, you probably talk more than like the vast majority of people in this stream. Hi, first time chatter. I mean, first time chatter in how long? Hold on. Definitely not ever, but when was the last time you spoke in my channel? 9/4/2021. You said strength. This game has ruined a certain similar word for me. And then before that, you was okay. Yeah, 9/4/2021 was the last time you spoke on my channel. So it's been you're a repeat Banivator? No, you're just a frequent timeout. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna give you a mod comment, Kravicus. How does this make you feel? It's gonna be trash connoisseur and constant shit poster. Timeout when needed. Add sarcasm for comedy. There we go. You now have a mod note. What do people say of you? You have 2 mod comments. One from B-Lug that says, this guy is too neat. He needs a mod comment. And then one from me saying, always needs a gifted sub. Are you actually pagan? I used to know a dude who went by that by the username pagan, so I'd rather not because it reminds me of a person I don't like. I mean, okay, so here's like kind of the silliness, right? The Twitch community tries to like put people into buckets, right? Why make it like high school? You know, like I think we're mostly adults here, right? Like, why does it matter if you hang out in affiliate streams, partnered streams, big streams, little streams, your friends stream with one person and you watching? You know, like who cares? If you install Open Broadcaster or Slobs and put in a stream key and play a video game on the internet, you're basically doing what I do. The difference is I've been doing it longer. So the only actual difference is experience. I've been doing this for almost 10 years, right? Someone who's newer probably hasn't been doing this for 10 years. So I can see that, Z-Wolfman. You're very new, about 2 months. Well, hello, very new. Although, yet you made your Twitch account on August 20th, 2011, so you can't be that new? At least to Twitch. I mean, I'm assuming you're constantly talking about streaming. Well, here, let me give you a bit of advice, right? When you're getting into streaming, most important thing, don't just talk about the fact that you stream, especially if you're in someone else's channel. If you need advice, ask for advice. But that shouldn't be the main subject of conversation. I am using a tile set. This is an ASCII tile set, yes. This is not vanilla. This is vanilla. This is what the game would look like if I wasn't using a tile set. No, it's fine, Dev, but now you know. This is a tile set. This is what vanilla would look like. This is how I play it. Honestly, the only part of ASCII that really bothers me is the smoothed floors. Like, if I were to use the curses tile set, the only thing I would do is I would extend the X's by about 4 pixels so that they connect. I find them like really hard to look at with like the space in between. The smoothed floors in that tile set, it's hard to look at. Yeah, no, I get it. I like ASCII too. ASCII's nice. I use this tile set so it's easier for people who don't know what they're looking at. It's just like I'm going to use the Steam tile set when that comes out because people will be used to it. All right, let's bring the trader down. But in regards to getting started with streaming, if you are getting started with streaming, the best way to make yourself known as someone who streams is join the streamer that you like watching's Discord and see if they have a self-promote section, which I do. Join the Discord and post your streams when you're live in the self-promote section. And then I'll end up watching it. But just constantly talking about it in someone else's stream is kind of bad practice unless you have permission to do so. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, technically this is an ASCII tile set. It's not a graphical tile set. So it's a variation on ASCII. Kind of shows the flexibility of it. Like, just how's the stream, Z-Wolfman? Significantly weirder since you asked how is business, which is a very odd way to format that question. But I just woke up streaming, you know, did a lot of editing yesterday. You'll go back to the beloved ASCII. I mean, a lot of people will. I mean, the majority of people won't, but I think it's gonna be really curious to see. Like, so I had this dream a couple of weeks ago. One of the rare times where I actually dreamed. Holy fuck, a ladle. Don't see those very often. Look, it's a ladle. I should say, how many ladles do I have in the fort? So, hold on. Only one? Okay, well, we can sell that ladle. Rich and expanding? Not expanding. It's fine. Surviving. Continuing. So I had this dream about that's Dwarf Fortress came out, and there was streamers doing Dwarf Fortress ASCII only challenges because I get really annoyed by streamers who put challenge in the title, especially when it's like a non-challenge in a lot of games where people are just more inclined to click on something if it says that it's a challenge than if they're not, than if it doesn't, even if it's not a challenge. And so I was just like imagining people playing Steam Dwarf Fortress and saying, first time ASCII challenge. And I'm just like unimpressed. And I know it's going to happen. It's inevitable at this point. Vampire sperm whale man wrecking havoc. That sounds like a nightmare to manage, but good luck. I hate managing vampires because once they're exposed as a vampire, their name just becomes purple. And they lose their job title, and their job title gets replaced with vampires, so you don't know what their skills are. There's a reasons why. There's reasons why I hate vampires, but yeah, what Stone said, I mean, that might be feasible, but good luck. I mean, maybe with some severe amounts of like hack console adjustments and removals of stress, but I don't know. Good luck. That just sounds kind of like a pain in the ass to me. I mean, you'd need to use adventure mode to get. Anyway, I don't know. Good luck. Ahoy, Axon. How is thing? I mean, yeah, you could do some weird things with adventure mode shenanigans, but that might be. I don't know. Vampire forts are just a pain. So I kind of just kind of hate them. Lads and lasses, friends and others alike. Ahoy, lads and lasses, friends and others alike. You got to acknowledge everybody. Which Ahoy? The YouTuber? Ahoy is probably my favorite video game YouTuber these days. I'm just saying. Or maybe Edutainment. Is Ahoy a video game YouTuber or just an edutainment YouTuber? Well, Free just tantrumed. Brilliant. Did anybody die? Nobody died. Yay! Sounds like Dante floor 1. It's like when I hit Dante floor 1 on hard recently and walked into that first room on the right and where you get the ammunition and got cornered by like 5 exalteds. I was like, well, I guess I just die now. Yeah, but they're like educational stuff using games as a proxy. Seriously, where's my trader? What? Discussing disease classification and not trading. Ghost, you're very good at your job. You're supposed to be trading. Maybe I need a new broker. But yes, his videos do tend to be about games. I mean, sometimes he puts out videos that are like down the rabbit hole. I'm just like, oh, what's the name of that video game that doesn't exist that he did the video on? I shouldn't be forgetting this. Yeah, well, I'm agnostic, so I was just curious. Gravicus. I mean, most people over here who call themselves pagans are actually just fetishizing fantastical ideals. But Polybius, that was the name of it. I wanted to say polybias for some reason, which I knew was wrong. All right, well, we missed trading with the humans. That's fine. I mean, of course, real pagans exist, but yeah, which is why I say that Ahoy is almost more of an educational YouTuber who uses video games as a proxy. Like a brief history on graphics. Like they could fucking teach that as a school, in a school. No problems there. Oh right, yeah, I forgot about this, Dwarf. Right, we gotta dump you, get rid of you, and then give you whatchamacallit. What was your name, Dwarf? I need to actually check this. This was a frequently tantruming dwarf who went insane while chained up and then starved to death. Dodic, I need to give you a slab so you don't become a ghost. Did Critty just die? Excuse me? Oh, great. Critty just died. Who beat Critty to death? What? Brilliant. Okay, well. That's cool. Alright, so who actually got hit with that crime? Okay, so Free killed him. Lovely. Another murder in our midst. How long a prison sentence are you getting for that? Because that was murder. 28 days. 28 days. And then another 16 for radio. I might expel you. I think I'm going to expel both of those. I mean, no offense, but aren't most religions made up? I mean, aren't all religions made up? I mean, I say this as somebody who was raised Lutheran. Like, aren't all religions made up? I mean, it's just human lore, but I'm pretty sure that all religions are made up. Just kind of called them savages. That's rough. I mean, I will say this. Pagan folklore, really fucking cool. Actually following it as a religion, just like I'll say, there's parts of the Bible that are really fucking cool. You know, I, I listen to this science podcast sometimes, which is more of a comedy podcast than a science podcast. And one of the hosts said, you know, it would be a real shame if all religion was true. Because actual science and the way that our universe exists and operates is so much more interesting, developed, and fascinating than floating God and universe from 5,000 years ago just decided to pop us into existence and make us the most important thing. Like, actually learning how, like, astrophysics and the universe operates is significantly more interesting, insightful, and an enjoyable thing to pay attention to. So that's kind of my take at this point. It's like, I would genuinely be disappointed if I found out that, oh, yeah, God's real. You know, I don't know if any of you guys have this problem, but I certainly do. Okay, so we're going to expel radio. I don't know about this dwarf. Are just Europeans who believed in multiple gods. So what you're saying is they're just Europeans who were very indecisive and couldn't decide on whose backstory they wanted to stick to. So they just took all of them. But, you know, it's just like how Super Bunny Hop talks about how learning human history is exciting because it's more interesting than video game lore. It's just like learning how astrophysics and how our universe works and how planets are formed is so much more interesting than God decided we exist, so we exist now. Whee! I am very sorry if anybody here is heavily religious. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's probably coming across that way. All right, so we're going to go down here, put you in here. And I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to make a garbage dump zone. Yeah, it used to be the old tavern. It's not, or not the workshop room here. I can show you which room used to be the old tavern. This room right here used to be the old tavern. And then it was the trading room for a while. It's just the TLDR version. It's the too long didn't read version of science. Is that what you're telling me? I'd buy that logic. I like that, Cooler. That's pretty good. Max is throwing a tantrum. Man, can I go like 5 minutes without some people throwing tantrums? I need to expel everybody who throws tantrums in here constantly. I might just have to do that. Outside of a few mine shaft layers, no. Nothing's been truly abandoned yet. Everything is getting used to a degree. I mean, there's certainly rooms that don't get used much. Like, I would say that the old tavern doesn't really get used much. It's more of just a spot with some extra dining tables where people can eat if they need to. But does it get used frequently? No. I should probably actually move those dining tables elsewhere because they'd be more use elsewhere. More crimes are going to get reported in a minute. Does the mayor want anything? Nope. Dwarf got beaten pretty bad. Sad Robot MTG got beaten pretty bad. Bunch of crimes are getting reported, though, so that's good. And doctors are rescuing. Oh, sad robot MTG has been found dead. All right, so Max is also getting expelled. Man, today is just kind of the day where I say screw it. Anybody who's killing dwarves needs to go. So Free's getting expelled. Max is getting expelled. Today is the great purge. We have a new mayor and new laws. We need things to get done. Sad part is like I blame those invisible ghosts on most of this. Do you have a significant other? Nope, you don't even have a lover. How long of a prison sentence did you just get? Free's got another 17 days, 29 days, and a beating. We had invisible ghosts in the fort that nobody could see for a little bit. I am convinced that Dwarf Fortress spawns ghosts that the player can't see if members of other factions die in your fort without your knowledge. And you don't memorialize them. Because I was having combat notifications that read like ghosts without actually having ghosts on the map that we could see. It is a bit of a conspiracy theory. It's actually a flat-out conspiracy theory. But it's a conspiracy theory that actually makes a lot of sense. So it is my current assumption. But it is time to get rid of a few dwarves. We're going to get rid of Free and we're going to get rid of Max. We're also going to get rid of Radio Free, wherever you went. You are. So that's 3 Fortress members that need to go. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think we got some pretty good conspiracy theories in this fort. I'm very perplexed by this email I just got. I just got this spam email, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. Well, it's not a spam email, but Dear Blind IRL, I saw your Twitch channel and thought you would be a good fit for our platform, which I'm not going to name. We help streamers earn a lot more money by letting them set up a private subscription room for their most dedicated fans. You can choose a price, and fans pay to join. For example, charging $25 per month for access to your room with 2,500 members would earn you $600,444 per month. In addition, per year, in addition to any tips. Your room is a private space meant to complement your public Twitch channel. What can you do with your room? Host private streams with your audience. Create a persistent space for your community to chat and hang out. Share exclusive photos, videos, and links. And it is a free platform with only a 10% commission on subscriptions, which is a lot less than Twitch's share. And I'm looking at this, I'm going, isn't that just Patreon plus a private Discord? Why does this exist? Like, excuse me? Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Like, isn't that just Discord and Patreon? Like, sorry, I'm way ahead of you. I mean, maybe if you made that platform, like, years ago. Anyway. Also, their logo looks like an emoji. Which is the real burn there. Sorry if that person is watching my stream, but I doubt you are. It's like you just described Discord there, my guy. 2 more crimes from against Max, jeez. How long until we let out Free? 10 days. How about 57 days on max? And radio gets let out when? Now. So we are currently letting radio out. Once radio gets released, I will just release him. I doubt that person even saw my stream. 2,500 members? How famous do you think I am? Bots can't hear us, but they're watching? True. Bots just watching and waiting for you to say beer, so we can hand you that. I guess I don't really understand why so many services are just like, hey, let's compete with services that already exist and fill the niche. Like, in order for a service to $25 a month for a private chat room and private streams and private images and videos, I wonder if they allow adult content on that platform. I don't know, man. I have, what, 71 members on my Patreon, and most of them give me about $2 a month. But you know what? That's okay. That is an acceptable amount of money to pay me for things on a monthly basis. I need this dwarf to stop having a panic attack so that I can expel him. There you go. All right, radio. You were a good dwarf, but I need to expel you to Veiled Clasp. Good luck on your future endeavors, dwarf. I can't have you killing people in my fort. Yeah, you give me $2 a month. Hell yeah. Speaking of $2 a month, at the $7 a month tier on my Patreon, this is an ad for me right now. I am now recording voice recording things where I will talk about behind the scenes things that I won't necessarily talk about on stream. So if you have questions about running this business or things that I have to deal with in this business, or you want to hear me just ramble about things and housekeeping stuff once a month, that's another benefit that's been added to that tier alongside of the sound commands that you already get. I'm just saying, it's pretty good value these days. But, you know, it has pictures. I dropped beneath that tier again, so I get to ask you for one picture. But is what it is. I need to get back up to $500 a month to keep that tier. We had it for 1 month. But yeah, that's under the sound command tier. We're close though. I have a feeling we'll get to the, like, I get to commission one drawing per month from Cooler thing for a while. I have a feeling we'll get to that and then we'll hold it at some point, but we're slowly getting closer. It's like now this dwarf is repentant, which is what you need. You need dwarves to be repentant. This dwarf wants to practice a martial art, but they're too tantrumy, and I don't trust them to practice martial art. I don't want you to practice martial art, because if you do, then you'll just do that again and kill more dwarves. Which I can't have. How's Free doing in here? Yeah, Free's gotta go. Free killed Critty, and you killed Sat. We'll see how Max is doing by the time. How long is Max in prison for here? Max has a pretty long sentence, right? Yeah, another 49 days. We'll see what Max is thinking by the time he gets out. Yeah, it's in the description of the last video. It's on the DF database. Here, let me get you a link. That should be it, unless I did something very, very wrong. Just look out for the slug brutes and the tarantula demons. And the yeah, just good luck. Because there's a lot of that. So we're getting all those boulders out of here. I didn't see you post any Halloween art anywhere. Cooler. So if you drew Halloween art, I certainly didn't see it. But yeah, no, I'd like to see what you drew for Halloween art. Although theoretically, anything that you draw with my logo in it could be considered Halloween art. I just gotta say. Just kind of makes sense like that. All right, where's my Captain the Guard? That shouldn't be going in there. I mean, feel free to. Alright, so we got Unchained Second Dwarf, who's going to get the maximum sentence of expulsion. Goodbye, Free. Off to Veiled Clasp with you. So we are now down to 25 dwarves. We're about to be down to 24. The skull is very spooky. Can confirm. Ooh. Cooler's Halloween art. I like. Is he dressed up as a fish? Is that what that is? I like the little knife. Please no steal. Chat, no steal original art. Instead, just pay him to draw you original art. I mean, it's a little wizard with a knife, is what it is. Squad, do you want to practice some martial art? What squad are you in? You're in the Bear Fighters? All right, let's get the Bear Fighters training. No, wrong squad. That one. But yeah, Cooler has drawn most of my emotes aside from the skull ones, as well as all of the sub badges and art you see around this channel. So if you ever want some original art, Cooler's your guy. Cooler got you covered. Okay, you get removed from the military. Then the squad you can train. I can't have the militia captain in the military. It's a dangerous job for them. Although you may be a shit poster, Kravicus, but I do have to say this. You understand something that a lot of shit posters don't understand. You understand that when you get timed out for saying something, it's okay and we're not mad at you and you can come back. And I feel like a lot of people seem to think that if they get timed out for anything, for any reason, they're immediately like, well, it is now time for me to get really mad and then unfollow. Whereas, like, you say something dumb, I time you out for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, you're like, okay, guys, I'm back. like you understand when it's time to, know when to come back. I mean, but the number of times I've timed somebody out and they're like, fuck you, man, when their timeout's done. Of one specific character from a video game that your lizard got compared a lot to? Yeah, I don't recognize it, unfortunately. I do love it. It looks awesome, but I don't know what it's supposed to be dressed as, unfortunately. Give us time to think. I don't know. There's just like I think I would almost say the majority of time if I time somebody out, they never come back. The majority of the time. Chat, who do you think Cooler's Lizard's dressed as in that costume? It is now fall. Time's moving real quick. I guess the frame rate's sped up a bit. The humans are here with their paperwork. Which one? Shows how much attention chat was paying. All right, chat, quick, pop quiz. What's the lizard dressed as? I do like the fact that the knife is notably made out of cardboard. It makes me think of that YouTube channel that makes knives out of random things that shouldn't be made into knives. That's probably my favorite detail out of that image, but I have no idea what he's supposed to be dressed as. Yoda? Who got it right? YouTube knife channel is insane. That's the actual takeaway. That knife channel is a great thing. Tonberry. I need to find out what Tonberry is now. Okay, no, that checks out. What Final Fantasy is this from? One I've never played. That makes perfect sense as to why I would have no idea who the fuck this person is. I'm looking at all... Apparently he's in Puzzles and Dragons. All right. I think like the only game on this list that this character appears in is Puzzles and Dragons, which is a game I played. Oh, I played Dissidia. Interesting. Good luck, Stone. Yeah, that explains why I would never have noticed, because I've only played Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on the Game Boy Advance. So, because I had a Final Fantasy 1 and 2 pack, which I think is actually what, 3 and 4 or something. Was he? I don't know. It's definitely King Lizard and the Gizzard Wizard. Definitely. King Lizard and the Gizzard Wizard. How you doing, Falafel? So, Falafel, I have a question. When are you going to put your music out on cassette? Or CD? Or record? So I can buy it. Unless it already is and I'm just an idiot. You mean you got it instead of get it? Like a pink cassette? Here, let me show you a cassette I just got. Hold on. Hang on a sec. I do actually have a pink cassette, but I just like the design of this one so much. But this tape just looks way too good. It's just way too good. Even the label's good. My only complaint about the label is like the text is way too fucking small and I can't read it. Anyway, I'm assuming that you got it, Stone? I mean, sometimes you just need to take all of the gits in the world, Stone, and put them on a hub. So they can have their own hub of gittery. And then you can tell them to get out of town. Tibetan Miracle Seeds, and the album's called Inca Missiles. You're content after being confined. But you're never going to improve. Get this hub away from me. Well, I mean, I have a friend who works at GitHub, so I talk about GitHub pretty frequently because of that. But yeah, the Tibetan Miracle Seeds are they're a good time, Aqua. If in regards to the Tibetan Miracle Seeds, if you like like 70s psych rock, that's what they sound like, but they're like a current band. Like that this album came out in 2020, so yeah. 70s psych rock. Here, I'll link the Bandcamp. It's making a comeback. I don't think it ever really left, to be honest with you. Never mind, this album is from 2021. For some reason, I thought it was from 2020. Yeah, it was released in August. But yeah, I've had this tape on repeat for a while. I think there's also tapes available for it still. I think there's still a few available. Yeah, there's 7 available. 10 CDs left. And they sold out on the records, but they're doing a repress of the records. Oh, also, check out Falafel's music, by the way. And the dwarves have arrived to trade, which means I can actually trade. No problem, Lamau. I mean, we're talking about music, and I know there's a lot of music nuts in this chat, so. You tend to people call tit or nit. I feel like people don't call people nits here, but people do call people nitwits. Like you very rarely hear the shortened nit. It's always combined with wit. So if you're being called a nit, you're also a wit. So if you're gonna be witty, just don't forget to be nitty, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying, so I hope you do. But sometimes you just gotta be a nitwit. I call people tit, I think. That's the one that I use the most. You witless nit, you nitty witty git knucklehead. Although I think my favorite insult I've ever heard was I was lurking in a different stream and somebody in the chat called somebody else a twat muncher. Might be my favorite insult of all time. It's up there with cock gobbler. It's just great. You've been using twat waffle. Twat waffle's also pretty good. I appreciate funny words for genitalia. That will always be my favorite format of like insulting somebody. My very important question though is if you ever start a breakfast place, will a twat waffle be on the menu and does it have strawberries on it? And if so, if you were to make a themed breakfast place where all of the meals are called insults, knob gobbler's pretty good, yeah. No, it has cherries. True. True. Yeah, that's true. Fair. Yep, they have to have cherries. I like how you say yuck at your own thing. You heard that from Halo 3 from a Brit? Really? Knob gobbler? Are you sure that was a Brit, not somebody who was trying to get around a cursing spam filter? Because that was always my assumption with those things. I always assumed that they were cursed that there was curse filters. So like you, oh no. Hmm, that's interesting. I have a ghostly merchant that's gone berserk. It runs over to Max and beat the shit out of Max. All right, well, we really need to get this ghost memorialized. I mean, it did get murdered by Max. Is that the right one? Nope. Hold up. Are these still queued up? Okay, I clearly need slabs then. So I have a berserk ghost in the fort, which could just kill people. That is mildly concerning. Yeah, berserk ghost is scary. Although if it were to kill Max, that might be actually a benefit. His left ear is gone. His lower kidney is fractured. Uh-oh. Imagine getting your kidney fractured by a ghost. Well, that is a ghost that's actually in my fort. But the ghosts that I was memorializing were ghosts that I can't see. What would you do with that nickel if you had a nickel? Would you put it back? Ah! Imagine explaining that to the doctor. Yeah, my lower liver just got fractured. The problem is it's berserk, so it's just gonna stay here randomly attacking people until we memorialize it. Quite literally. Like that is just what is gonna happen. So I need slabs stat. Do it now. Yeah, and the torn off PLC sailed off in an hour. What happened to your ear? I don't know. It just disappeared, Doc. Revenge plot? Probably. I mean, that dwarf, that berserk ghost only seems to be attacking the dwarf that killed them, right? Because it's the ghost of Dodek, and no, actually, sorry. So Dodek was killed by that other dwarf that I just sent away. So it's here and it's depressed and it's berserk and it's trying to kill that dwarf. How do you feel about being attacked by the dead? Horrified after being attacked by the dead, but doesn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. Well, that's good. Also, ironically, Max, less stressed than they were when they went into prison. Aside from the part that their lower body is cut open and their kidney is fractured, and their ear is now missing. But, you know, all that aside. Is anybody making me a slab? There we go. My mayor's making me a slab. Excellent. Why are you walking so goddamn slow? The hell? Oh, it's because your toe is broken. Why did you break your toe? What is happening here? Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you take out your anger to the nearest prisoner? I mean, that ghost probably would have killed that other dwarf if I kept him here. God damn, you're moving slowly. Also, where are you getting a rock from? Oh, down here. Okay. That makes sense. You decided to make the least efficient route to do this, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Thanks, Dwarf. There's a berserk ghost in my prisons, and you decide to take the least efficient route to, you know, get the stuff, to maybe fix the dwarf problem. Ah, dwarves. Yeah, right? Gotta love efficiency. Meanwhile, we're trying to trade. And doing an alright job of it. How is this dwarf? The squid? Okay. So being... sparring is helping. Sparring is indeed helping. A violent ghost, the spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried. Yeah, no, we're working on it. Ironically, yeah, this dwarf is getting less stressed being in prison. I mean, they're currently, like, gaining some PTSD as well, but... you know, 16 days to hang out with that ghost. Seems like a pretty good prison technique, you know? Just, like, scare them into submission. Cool, I've got slabs getting done. Oh my god. You really are taking the least efficient way to get this. Far and away the least efficient way. I guess I kind of respect it, but also, man, this is kind of annoying. Do I have doggo? In my apartment or in the fort? Hullet? I don't know what you're talking. Holly! Oh, that dog. Do I have her? Yes. Currently, she is indeed asleep on my bed, probably. I have her again until Friday. My mom's up and walking again, but still can't really go for long walks. Yeah, no, I went out for dinner with my parents yesterday because my mom's out of the hospital, but the the restaurant that we were in, the power went out 3 times the time that we were there, and everybody but us left. And then they reopened because like the power company confirmed that the power wouldn't go out again. My whole city's been having random blackouts, as like some of you guys may know, because like I did kind of have to end a stream early once. This is the future. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Although there is actually a reason for the blackouts, which is pretty logical, and not a this is the future thing. They're building, they're doing a very large expansion for public transit here. And in order to do that, they have to shut down and turn on the power, so there's random power blinks where the power goes out, and then about 40 seconds later comes back. And we just happened to be eating on that street. So there wasn't a warning, but the power went out, and then it comes back, and it goes out again, and it comes back. Canada. Deturo. So apparently this is planned. They're just not doing a very good job communicating it. You'd think so. I guess that's on BC Hydro at that point for, you know, not notifying the businesses. Apparently, it wasn't just us though. It was like there is a restaurant across the street from where we were, plus a mall pretty close to us that also its power was blinking on and off. That must have been fun. They probably did. Well, they certainly didn't inform the employees on shift because we figured out what was happening because I looked it up on my phone, um, and like told the waiter that was serving us. So. I mean, there probably was a note sent to upper management that got put on a desk somewhere and forgotten about. It's usually how this stuff goes, right? At the very least, that ghost hasn't actually killed anybody. Just beat the crap out of that one dwarf that kind of deserved it. Or into the recycling. I mean, it's very nice that you think that it went into the recycling. Two is the future. I mean, yeah, it's because like letters are never received anymore. They just go into spam on Discord. Kib Packhome became the mayor of the Boat of Lucidity. Well, they got a new mayor at one of the local hillixes. Nothing else interesting seems to be happening in the world. Things are pretty chill. Yeah. I mean, TransLink is not the most efficient or properly run company, and neither is BC Hydro, so there's just general levels of incompetence all around. And also, I guess I could also say, neither is White Spot, which is the restaurant that we were in, so... You know. White Spot's power going out randomly. My power went out for 2 hours last week, and the reason it went out was because somebody hit a telephone pole with a car. And then earlier this year, my power went out for 12 hours, and the reason for that was because there was a starling nest in a power transformer, and then it rained, and the nest caught fire. And Stupid, thank you for being the first person to gift the sub this month. Cheers, man. Anyway, yeah, I've just had like a comedy of errors. When it comes to power. It was kind of amusing because like their till system went down and nobody working had the passwords to turn it back on, so they were like literally writing receipts and figuring out how much things cost based on like by doing math. So it was unfortunate. My personal theory as to why the power was out was actually my personal conspiracy theory is that somebody bought one of the local movie theaters and has filled it up with Bitcoin miners. That's my theory. Because, like, apparently that movie theater's open. I never see anybody go in there, so. That's what a calculator's for, sir. I'll have you know, like, the most math I've ever done in real life of my own volition was when I was making, was the one time that I had to do, cost for people in a drive-through at McDonald's. So I was working in the McDonald's and like figuring out tax and correct calculations because the entirety of our till system was down. So I had one person taking orders and I was literally sitting right next to her with a pencil and paper and a calculator writing down everything that people were ordering and the prices because I had all the prices memorized at the time, and then I would punch it into my calculator. So I was literally like running the entire till service for 8 hours. It was the worst shift I've ever done. This would have been 2012, I think. It was exhausting. I'd write down the whole order, and then I'd pull out the calculator and figure out how much it cost. I mean, for certain things, yeah, but whenever somebody comes up with something weird, I never know it. Stupid, thanks for $2. Now we just need to get those memorialized. So, a bucket of mustard? Got it. The ghostly merchant has been put to rest. Hallelujah. White stork bone ring? Probably a plain white stork bone ring, if I had to guess. But stork is a pretty rare material. Actually, hold up. I should trade again. Once Ghost is finished drinking, if you come back in time, we should trade again. I can check what it, or I can look for it if it's still in the stockpile when I'm done trading, if you'd like. Stone? You had to ask zip codes? When I worked at McDonald's, I think I had from about 4 in the morning until about 6 in the morning, I had every single senior citizens who would come in every day. I had their coffee, their muffin, or whatever they ordered. I knew their order, I knew the price, and I knew them from their car. And if I was out in the lobby, I would have the headset on, and I would tell my coworkers, whoever was working, the name of the person, their description, and what they ordered, and how much to charge them, and whether or not they bring exact change. Quite literally, it's like, the guy's name's Terry, brings this. Oh man, and so we take this. Okay, so this is how you know it was a bad time in the hospital, right? This dwarf or a bad time in prison. This dwarf was in prison and getting beaten by that ghost, right? The ghost is now gone. We memorialized the ghost. This dwarf was in prison, getting beaten by a ghost. The prison sentence ended, and we, instead of like just letting him out and he walks out, we're carrying him to the hospital after being in prison. That was a rough patch of prison time, even for Dwarf Fort. When you get taken out of prison and immediately taken to the hospital. Although significantly less stress than was before, so I guess that's good. Well, see, here's your problem, Banana. McDonald's doesn't sell hamburgers. They sell sandwiches because there isn't enough actual meat in their sandwiches to call them burgers. So they don't sell any burgers, actually. They also don't sell a hamburger. But what they do sell are sandwiches with brand names associated. So a quarter pounder is a quarter pounder TM sandwich. A Big Mac is a Big Mac TM sandwich. It's not a Big Mac burger. It's the same reason Subway calls them subs. All right, so let's... So this dwarf really wants to train in the military. You're dejected after decent meals. You want to pray. You want to practice a craft. So you know what? I'm actually going to do... Let's let you attend your meeting. We'll see what this dwarf goes and does first. We crashed the OS. Fun fact, did you know that those all run on a pirated copy of Windows 98? I did. At least initially. Because I watched the boot up screen and I recognized the Wares logo. Yeah. How is that not fraud? Look it up. They don't call them burgers. Literally, like there was a point where they called them burgers. There was a lawsuit, and now they don't call them burgers anymore. McDonald's hasn't called the McDonald's hasn't called them burgers in like over a decade. You ended up having McDonald's chips. Well, I mean, those are coated in sugar first, so I hope that they were a sweet treat. They're all right as a like snack once every 5 years, but I wouldn't eat them on the regular. Yeah, no, they're proper devices now, but when we first got them, they were running on pirated copies of Windows 98, which is I'm pretty sure when that bug was still in the system. Beef tallow French fries. You mean beef fat French fries? You can get those at proper pubs. I don't believe I've ever seen them called beef tallow, but trying to recover this dwarf. I don't understand that because, like, okay, how hard? Okay, could you just walk into a restaurant in Texas and be like, "Yo, can I get some French fries with a side of, like, beef gravy and some cheese?" Can you just do that? Because, like, that doesn't seem like such a ridiculous thing to ask for. It is kind of ironic, yeah, Katsu, but I believe it. Like, why can't you just do that? I genuinely don't understand. How would they, like, the same way any restaurant would charge you? Like, what kind of restaurant service do you have in Texas that you can't order a side of something that they already have? Like, literally, like, I can go into any restaurant here and be like, "Yo, guys, could I get a side of fries and an egg and a side of tomatoes?" And they'll figure out a way to serve it. So then go somewhere with fucking beef gravy. Go to a diner. They have beef gravy. Go to a fucking Denny's. They could make you a poutine. Denny's literally has all of the ingredients to make a poutine in the Denny's kitchen. Like, what? I mean, I can make green chili here too, but like, I don't know. It's just the thing that boggles my mind about America and poutine is like, most chain restaurants in America can make you poutine. A lot of places refuse to make off-menu items. That's not an off-menu item. It's sides. You make it yourself. Like, okay, so for reference, I was in I went to a pub with a friend of mine. After I saw Ginger, so Saturday last week. And no, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. So it's a little over a week ago. And that pub, you can order a side of anything. If they have it, they'll figure out a way to charge you for it. No, but sure, you can't always. But so go to a halfway decent fucking pub and just be like, "Yo, can I just get like," because like my friend who I was with ordered a basket of fries and a beef patty. And they figured out a way to charge him for it. He just wanted a beef patty and a side of fries. He didn't want a full burger. He just wanted the patty. So he legit just got a patty. They grilled it up and they put it on the fries. Like, it's not that hard. I don't know. This is just one of the most mind-numbingly strange things about America to me. It's like the most American food on earth, fucking poutine, is like this unavailable mystery in America. I don't understand. Also, shout out to this dwarf harassing my mayor while he's trying to sleep. I don't know. I've worked in a couple of restaurants in my life, and every single one of them, when people would ask for weird off-menu items, we'd figure out a way to accommodate it because you want people to come back. And if they order weird off-menu items and you make it for them, they're probably going to come back because you made it for them. And if you're still charging them, who the fuck cares? I don't know. Like, When I worked at McDonald's, people would fucking come in and just be like, yo, can I get an apple pie and can you put that in my ice cream and then can you put that in the blender? And I'd be like, aight. And then I charge them for the pie and the ice cream. So I charge them for the McFlurry and the pie and I'd make them a pie McFlurry. Like, I used to do that. Fuck, I made a guy an apple pie bacon McFlurry and I figured out how to charge him for it. And then the same guy came in the next day and you know what he ordered? An apple pie bacon McFlurry in a large cup. So I took the amount of ice cream from one McFlurry cup and I put it in a large cup and then I filled it up again and put it in a large cup. And I took the pie, I opened the pie up, I put the pie into the thing, and then I took bacon bits, which normally go into the wraps, and salads, and put that in there and like put it in the blender and fucking put a lid on it and hand it to him with a spoon. We charged him for all the ingredients individually. It was like a $9 ice cream thing. He was happy. It's not that fucking difficult. Anyway, sorry. I don't know where that came from, but my mind will always break when it. Why did Animal go to prison? What did Animal do? Did I miss a? Did I sell something I wasn't supposed to sell? Animal, what did you do? Oh, apparently I exported something that was under prohibition. What did I export? So did Vinsati. Oh, no, not Vinsati. So did Vim. Hateful after being confined. That's not good. How long did you get confined for? I might have to break some people out of prison. I was ranting too much. 83 days? Good lord, dude. That's worse than you get for murder. It is that simple, but practically no one will do it. You need to go to better restaurants, my guy. Quite literally. Like, you need to find yourself a good dive bar that wants to keep your business. Because they'll make you a fucking poutine. It's like if you can go into a bar and order an off-menu drink, they'll probably also make you a poutine. God, I don't know. My brain hurts. Maybe it's just American fucking standards are too low when it comes to actually taking care of their customers and giving people what they want. As somebody who loves Dogfish Head beer, those guys should make you a poutine. Although, here's the thing. Go to a barbecue place, okay? Get yourself some pulled pork, okay? Order it with a side of gravy and a basket of fries. Take the pulled pork, put it in the fries. Take the gravy, put it on the fries. It's pulled pork poutine. If you can get a side of cheese with it, you're winning. Otherwise, like, pulled pork poutine, pretty fucking good. Never gonna complain about a pulled pork poutine. Never. Even better, bring a bag, go to the cheese place, or go to a butcher shop and get, or a cheesemaker and get yourself some cheese curds, or go to the grocery store and go to the deli section and ask if they have cheese curds, because they might just have them. Get some cheese curds and bring your own. Don't tell anybody. I've actually had their 90-minute IPA back when we could get American beers imported into Canada before the pandemic times. That's a really good IPA. Although I still think that Four Winds IPA is probably my favorite right now. All I have to say is American hospitality sucks fucking donkey nuts, apparently. Jesus. All the way up to the top. It's 127 Z levels tall. Plus 15. Because above surface. Man, alright, that's it. Restaurant service is lumpy? No, I'm just concerned because I apparently traded a whole bunch of stuff that was not supposed to be traded, which means now I have a bunch of dwarves that are going to become really depressed probably because they're all humiliated, which is really bad. Thanks for the bit, stupid. Animal will be fine. You will probably be fine. You will not be fine. You will not be fine. Brilliant. Yeah, the mayor made the export prohibition. Oh, apparently it's vests. Yeah, that would explain it. Because I exported a bunch of clothing, which means probably half of my dwarves need prison sentences now. Like, look at these. 253. Okay, that's it. All right. I no longer have a captain of the guard. Captain of the guard, you are now unemployed. I'm going to remove all of these chains. I'm canceling jail for a while because that is way too long a period of time in prison. And I'm replacing my mayor. Because that is ridiculous. Potentially replacing my mayor. The question is, I don't know who I'd give it to. Murder is 28 days, yeah. But 253 days will kill a dwarf. Admittedly, I was ranting too hard about fucking restaurants, but seriously. This is ridiculous. This is going to kill the whole fort if we let this happen. Gremlin Mayor has no preferences, so yeah, it's literally impossible for Gremlin Mayor to hoard vests. Anyway, they all feel free after being released from confinement. That's good. But this is a problem because we still have crimes happening. So once crimes start happening, we're going to have to go back into doing this, but... Satisfied after chaining up a creature. Well, that's dark. Repentant after... Actually, you know what? You can serve out your sentence. And the reason I will say that you can is because you are repentant and you like it. Now you're going to go beat criminal. How do I stop? You know, actually, I would rather you go beat the criminals instead. Because you're pretty weak, right? Quick to tire, flimsy, and slow to heal. You're not super strong, so probably won't kill anybody. Never killed anything before. We're just going to let you do beatings instead. So they'll get beatings instead of their full prison sentences, but a short portion of time in the hospital is a hell of a lot better than 253 days in Dwarven prison. Please tell me that stopped. It's no longer enraged. That's good. Thanks for the bit. Stupid. There's another one. Well, we're going to get some training on the doctors. TLDR, Banana, my mayor banned the export of vests, and I didn't realize they'd banned the export of vests. So because I exported a whole bunch of vests, all of my dwarves now have massive criminal sentences because of the mayor, who really didn't want us to export vests. So half of these dwarves would have to go to prison for so long that it might actually kill them due to depression. So I've disabled my entire prison, and I just let my captain of the guard run around. And instead of giving everybody prison sentences, they just get a beating. But there's still some left, so he's not quite done yet. Oh, actually, Quevenair, my captain of the guard, needs 253 days in prison on top of all that. So I'm actually going to assign a new captain of the guard now who I know is weak and won't be a huge problem. And I will reinstate the prison. You know, just some old guy, you can have the job. I'm sure you'll be fine. Because I know for a fact you're weak. But you also like to fight, so you'll like the job. You can't do that. And I don't have any young dwarves. Alright, so just some old guy now. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put chains into all of these, rather, and we are going to rebuild these. Not there. That one doesn't need to be a chain. But yeah, you can't assign children as captain of the guard. It has to be an adult dwarf. So I'm going to rebuild the prison now. But what you want is you want a really weak captain of the guard that doesn't do a lot of damage, so they just get minor bruising. Which is a hell of a lot better than a prison sentence for hundreds of days for a dwarf. Basically, I fucked up, is what happened. Then they would immediately elect a new mayor. And as somebody who needs to keep his dwarves alive and sane, killing a dwarf is a net negative to the fort and the worst possible option, and I will not do that, so don't even suggest it. Alright? For Longdeath, that is not an option. Also, they would just, like, assign a new mayor, and then all the previous prison sentences would still have to be carried out. So it literally wouldn't fix anything in the grand scheme of things. Okay, we are getting there. We're almost done. Fortunately, we do have very good doctors, and my captain of the guard's not going to be able to do a ton of damage to people, so. I'm not sure what that has to do with Dwarf Fortress, Frog, but if a country doesn't want to export something, they don't have to export it. What, just slap everybody with a weak captain of the guard? I think that the captain of the guard bans leads to a lot of really interesting emergent gameplay like this, where now suddenly I'm managing a massive triage because half my fort just received a beating. I like these mechanics. Killing the mayor is no fun. I actively enjoy the mandates, exports, and all that stuff mechanics. I think those are fun mechanics in Dwarf Fort. And if you really don't want a mayor, just disable all that stuff in your settings. And yes, you can do that. There's a bunch of teeth on the ground. I don't actually think anybody's died, though, so that's good. All right, so we did leave Animal in prison because Animal seems to just be enjoying it. So... Okay, so you want to know what's funny, Falafel? Is in Dwarf Fortress, there's this mechanic, right? If a dwarf commits a crime, right? If a dwarf commits a crime and they're not sentenced, which is what a lot of people do, they just ignore the crimes, all of the other dwarves hear about it. And any dwarf that believes that loyalty is important and sacrifice is important and believes the law, which is the majority of dwarves, they will get upset over time. And they will slowly develop bad thoughts because somebody got away with a crime, right? So if you do not convict problem dwarves that are committing crimes with the crimes that they have committed, it upsets everybody else over time, right? And upset dwarves need to speak to somebody in charge to give away some of that stress, right? So they have to go speak to a dwarf in position of power to vent, right? So if a dwarf is upset and they are depressed in Dwarf Fortress, they want to speak to a mayor or to a king or to a baron or somebody. They want to bitch to somebody in charge, which gives them a good moodlet. So it is a net negative for the future prosperity of your fortress to just kill the person in charge. And then people wonder why their forts fall over into stress because... And they're like, Dwarf Fortress, it's too many problems with tangent spirals. And I'm sitting there going like, okay, you killed your mayor. You don't have any prison system. And there's people running around killing people. And you'll wonder why everyone's mad at you. Also, I've got an outpost liaison speaking with me. And I'm going to request cheese. So, yeah, that's why you should not kill your mayor. If you don't want a mayor, just disable the whole function. Or disable the mandates function. But I think that the emergent gameplay that's generated by it is more interesting than the alternative. So, I think sometimes it is important for dwarves to arrange an assassination of a particular important person that you may be tired of dealing with, and that is an acceptable reason to kill them. But that would be for story purposes. If, oh no, they made the dwarves made a bad, and now there's a mayor that's beating people, that's just fun emergent gameplay. Speaking of prison, this dwarf actually so this dwarf was purple depressed, so they were almost as depressed as you can get previously. And now they're like kind of okay, because like they repented while in prison. So maybe we can improve Max. $30 out of what? How high could it go? Also, chat, if you guys could do me a favor, go and lurk in this channel. It's my teammate Dyer. He's been hit pretty hard by the auto-hosting apocalypse on Twitch. Just go help him out. Just go lurk in his channel. Pop up an extra tab if you got the internet space. Freeways, I got bad news. I had to expel your dwarf. You murdered somebody. Sorry, it's just unacceptable. And you weren't showing any sign whatsoever of improving. Speaking of problems, now the Squid is tantruming for the first time. Oh boy, you got pretty badly beaten. To vent off. Well, I mean, you're still alive. You're another fort's problem now. So If you were married in the fort, I would have kept you around. But values are minus 50 to 50. Oh, yeah, that is pretty high then. So if it's minus 50 to plus 50, then, interesting. Maybe you'll become a serial killer, or you'll randomly get elected mayor. That did happen once before. I definitely expelled a killer dwarf once, who then appeared as a mayor in a different fort. You think you lost your fist in someone's ribcage? I seem to recall Banana Unlimited killing somebody, yeah. I don't know about losing your fist in someone's ribcage, though. That is a memory that I have from somewhere. I don't know if that was this fort, though. I do vaguely recall that, too. Like, people need to realize, like, I remember things. I don't remember everything's. And there's a lot of things that I certainly do not remember related to, oh my god. I just realized that they're... Huh. So, you know how I was caving in layers? They caved in through the bottom of this, and into here. I didn't even realize. We got some patching up to do. Huh. All right. Well, I puckered a couple. I've puckered a couple holes into my forge down here, but that's fine. I can fix this. There they go. Well, that was silly of me. Meaning I gotta fix all this. I guess we'll have to smooth all of this at the end. Actually, you know what? No, these ones need to get removed. I'll fix this. I know how to do this. Must have been a huge termite. No, it was definitely us caving stuff in that caused that to happen. You want to practice some martial art? Well, I'll put you back into the bear fighters, but you can still complain. Good job, Zope. Cheers. I love seeing that. Don't see it all that often, but I do love seeing it. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Zope, who used to be rich? But yeah. Been saving up for that for a while. Cheers. Well, I'm glad you finally hit it. Maybe one day we'll actually have like good uses for the channel points instead of just dumb memes, you know? Those termites used for prepared termite brain or normal-sized termites? I mean, you know, it's a small, delicate snack. Dumb memes are the meaning of life. This is true. You know, I have the one channel point thing, which is first. I need to make a 999 channel points thing, which is not first. But what's going to happen is someone's going to get first and then immediately also get not first. That's actually what's going to happen. Yeah, see, I wish I could have a last one where it's like, I wish, basically what I wish is I wish that there was more functionality in the channel points so that I could use them to tie into other things. Because I think it'd be really cool to have, like, you can use the first one, but you can't use the not first one once you've used the first one. You know what I mean? And then I also kind of, like, stuff like that. Like, I really wish that there was, like, more if-then statements we had that we could do with those instead of just the, is you first, is you not first? Yes is no. This dwarf doesn't mind prison. Okay, so I do have a few dwarves in prison now who don't mind prison. Read for the love of surgery models. I mean, we had to do a lot of that. All right, well, I still can't export vests, so I got to be careful with exporting clothing. Just got to be careful with exporting clothing. But outside of that, we should be good from now on. Yeah, midstream point thingy too. Exactly. 4 hours into the stream. Yeah, like you could have all sorts of fun little things. But absolutely. Yeah, but like Twitch doesn't have that functionality, right? Quite literally that functionality doesn't exist. So I don't know. Settle for stories. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I feel like I do about as much as I can. All the blood on the floor from the beatings. It's fine. Dwarves are bloody. Or dwarves have a lot of blood inside of them. It's okay. It's okay. In fact, I'm pretty sure we could get the exact amounts of blood. Will the dwarves clean it up before constructing? That I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, come on. Of all the dwarves you gotta beat up, do you have to beat up the chief medical dwarf? Dude, come on. Seriously. It's ridiculous. And then the squid gets a prison sentence, like a legitimate prison sentence. Frustrations, frustrations, frustrations. We're still beating criminals. That's the best part of this. Get him! All right, so is anybody... Yeah, okay, so Ultimate, a.k.a. Laggy, over here is constructing a floor piece. We'll find out. Stop hitting me. You're not the chief medical dwarf yet. That is planned, but not yet. And another one bites the dust. We had another death. Wait, hold on a second. That was the militia captain. Oh, that was from the squid who threw a tantrum. Fucking fuck. God damn it. I don't want Longdeath to end like this. I might just need... Okay. Horimaru, sorry. You gotta go. Along with just some old guy, apparently. So I just expelled my captain of the guard. I might just need to boot out every dwarf that is even remotely tantrumy. Because this is not sustainable. We're all gonna die at this rate. I need more merchants too. There's a married couple. There's another one. We need like a couple people to just make us a bunch of babies. That's what we really need. But we are getting more and more and more lost here. Go get him, Defcom. Bring us some more dwarves. We've already lost too many. How many more beatings do we have left? 49 days. What's the beating for you? Okay, I think that might finally be all of them. I'm sending out a dwarf to go get us. More dwarves. This is like the all-time low that we've been at. You know, I might actually just need to stop doing all of these projects. That might actually be what we need to do. I think that we need to stop all of these mega projects. All the straight up emoji icons. He's playing Super Auto Pets, isn't he? Yeah. It's a free-to-play auto battler on Steam. Like auto chess. No, that's not the problem, is they're too busy working to make babies. That's the actual problem. They actually like working. They get bored when they're not working. Okay, we've got some new arrivals. We brought in some new merchants. I'm gonna let them finish approximately their tasks, and then I'm just gonna lock them in the tavern for 2 years. You remember how we've done those, yo, I'm gonna just like do no tasks and just hang out and chat for 2 years while the dwarves sit there and party? Yeah, we need to do that again. So that is what we are going to do. We're gonna put all of our projects on pause, get these corpses put away, and then move forward with what we got to do, because this is too much. Oh, did you? Shit. I totally missed it. Apologies. Lots of things are going on in game right now. I will do that. Bear with me. Yes, you did. Snake. What? Pizza is not edible for mass corruption events ever. Future events must must popularized grammar properly, radioactively. What? Wait. Oh, wait. What was that? Probably a wheelbarrow full of drink gremlins. We never tasted termite, me thinks. Dumb goats. Egocentric, centrist, central train stations in. There you go. Please carry on. Thanks, Chad. Enjoy your lurks, little son. Also, hi. It's definitely Dwarf Party year, yep. Most certainly do be Dwarf Party year. But I got some coffins I need to have put away first. Oh. I need a dwarf couple that just makes like a dozen babies, and it's been a long time since we've had that. Been a long time since we've had a couple just make a ton of babies. And I'm mostly blaming a lot of that ghost theory stuff. So Tygo's dead. That's such a fucking bummer, man. That was a good dwarf. Also, thanks for telling me, Stone. I totally wouldn't have noticed that for a while. Let's just get these coffins memorialized. It's a game theory, that's for sure. You know what's funny? Is that YouTuber's name is Matt Pat, right? My dad's bosses are named Matt and Pat. He will never understand why I think that his bosses' names are funny. But I think that their names are funny. It's a ghost theory. A spooky theory. All right. Celebrate. Celebrate plus. Everybody in the tavern. Although, under the celebrate area, this needs to be a part of it. And so does the prison, which it is. Good. Celebrate dwarf times, come on. So also, because these cows are just going to starve to death if I leave this on, I'm going to allow them to move. There they go. It's a good song. It's up there with Funky Town. Dun, 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 dun. It's up there. Those two songs. Some of the best, like, random, no apparent reason party songs. You're attracted to playing depressing music at all times? Depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Usually I want the music that I'm listening to express the mood that I'm listening to. So if I'm in a good mood, I want to listen to happy music. If I'm in a sad mood, I want to listen to sad music. If I'm in an angry mood, I want to listen to angry music. If I'm in a depressed mood, I want to listen to depressed music. So the result is I own a lot of angry, sad, and depressed music. But Funky Town is still a good song. How can a society function without loyalty? One must be able to have faith in each other. 121 years old. Welcome to the fort, brand new dwarf. Happy music. Yeah, like Happy Game, cooler. You gotta be familiar with Happy Game. Lumpy is just like sitting in the corner freaking out. Crazy fucking tavern keeper. Now I just have Funky Town stuck in my head. I mean, I realize this is my own fault, but... What qualifies as happy music? Music that is happy? I mean, a lot of the... I listen to some pretty upbeat, like, big band jazz that sounds pretty happy. I don't know. But when I was referencing Happy Game, I mean Happy Game is in, you know, Happy Game. A game about being happy. You know, Happy Game. A game about being very happy. Where everybody's happy. How horrifying? It's by the people who made Millennium and a whole bunch of other really good, like, point and clicks. It's these people. You know, Millennium, Samrost, Botanicula. Those people. Squid is throwing a tantrum. That tooth went flying. Who punched out whose tooth? There's no recent announcements, apparently. And nobody's confirming a crime. I don't want to expel you. How depressed are you? I'm sorry. I need you to go. I have to stand true to what I was saying. No. Point and click adventure called Happy Game. That's, spoilers, not a very happy game. Had to expel Darren. I can't keep dwarves around that are super depressed anymore. It's just not really an option. Golden Crown Hotel is very good for the price of like $2.50. Lumpy hasn't been expelled yet because Lumpy isn't actually a threat to anybody because you're so mangled. Like you're unable to walk. You have half an arm. Like you're kind of like the Black Knight. Like I'll come here and I'll bite your legs off. You're kind of in that situation, so you're not a threat. These other dwarves are actual threats. Like this dwarf is a threat. But I'm trying to record them. Also in awe after remembering viewing Bal Rabid on display. I thought that was a bug and they never actually see that. Interesting. Also, I was going to add more tables to this. So you know what? I'm going to take them off of these specific celebration zones for a second. I'm going to give them some more tables. And then we're going to put them back in here. So I have seen the occasional sentiment from dwarves that there isn't enough tables, so. Gotta check on the dog. Dog made weird noise, so I wanted to make sure dog wasn't puking. Dog's not puking. Dog just made weird noise. All right. These are going to be heavy chairs. Doesn't really matter what they're made out of as long as it's precious metals. Probably. If it's still on sale, you should grab it regardless, because it goes on sale for $2.50 during most major Steam sales, and it is very, very good. Axon. It is very, very good. I'm just not very good at it. Okay, it's not on sale anymore, so I wouldn't. I would maybe wait now, but yes, it is very, very good. The dev's cool too. You know, now that we're talking about like roguelikes for a second here, I'm just gonna throw this out here and say that I feel like somebody should make a roguelike where you just play as the Black Knight. Someone should do that. And like every floor you lose a limb. I've heard good things about some of their games, Maxon. Never played any of them though. One mooring like 50 times? Good shit, banana. Yeah, it's definitely a pretty good one more run type game in regards to Golden Crone Hotel. We got a lot of buildings getting constructed, a lot of tables getting brought up. So let's just get that done. Get all these tables installed. Once all the tables are installed, put them back into the break room. You play as the rabbit? I mean, maybe the rabbit could be like a raid boss or something. Like, rabbit's just the last boss. You have to get the holy hand grenade and then get back to the beginning to kill the rabbit. Someone should make that game. I feel like that'd be a good 7-day RL. Holy Grail RL. There you go. Their games are pretty cheap quite frequently, as far as Trace Brothers goes. At least from my notices. Speaking of things that we need, a thing that we've been hoping for a while is Kick Roast, one of the recent merchants, has given birth to a dwarven baby. Would anybody like to be that brand new baby boy? Anybody want to be the brand new baby boy who says ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? He says, dwarf go ba-da-da-da-da. I'd like someone who hasn't had a dwarf before, if possible. There's got to be somebody here who hasn't had a dwarf before. Maybe not. I mean, I'm totally down to do Banana 2. But, Banana 2. Banana the Second. He is the son of Kick Roast and Eral Guild lenses, and an ardent worshipper of English the embraced roses and a worshipper of Ashen. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He says, dwarf go, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long, his medium length mustache is neatly combed. His extremely long beard is arranged in double braids. It's so big, he's wrapped it around himself. He has to grow into his beard. His hair is braided, and he has extremely narrow ears that are very flattened. His cobalt eyes are slightly close-set, and his hair is ecru. His skin is sandy taupe, and he is clumsy and quite susceptible to disease, like sulfurite and fine pewter and sapphire, giant albatross leather and giant cockatiel bone, grates and giant cassowaries for their... I can't read that word. What's that say? I don't even. He personally finds artwork boring and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Well, I mean, he is born today, so we'll change his mind on that. And sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Mood. And dreams of mastering a skill. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He isn't particularly ambitious and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, currently saying brrr, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible so that he gets his beer on time. And he has a sense of duty as he learns to speak, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, like how the fuck do I speak? And doesn't seek out excitement because he's a baby, and becomes very rigid when he's angry. I'm just imagining like a baby becoming stiff and refusing to put like a shirt on. No! And it needs alcohol to get through the working day like any good child. Welcome to the fort, banana. You know, honestly, the Eternal Adventure of Time and Longdeath are two of the best names that I've ever come up with for Dwarf Fortress, although I didn't come up with either of them because I'm not that creative. But they're some of the best names I've ever had in one of my forts, in Dwarf Fort. Just saying. You're going to be insufferable when I grow up. Most people are insufferable when they grow up. We're just pretty good at hiding it when we're in public. Some not so much. And Lumpy is oblivious to reality. Yeah, so was I last night, so good luck there, Dwarf. Hopefully we have more babies where that came from today. Cheers to Lumpy. Cheers to Lumpy indeed. Here come the other tables and thrones. We are literally just waiting for them to construct these buildings. And once they're done bringing up the extra buildings, then we're going to go back to just hanging out in the tavern until we run out of alcohol. I own Star Traders, and I've never actually played it. I bought it on sale for really cheap a while ago, but I've never gotten around to actually playing it. I've heard good things about it, though. Speaking of good things, chat, if you're a patron to this channel, you should jump over to the Patreon right now and go and vote on the Patreon game for the month. Because there are 3 games for you to choose from. And also, if you're a patron and you read something on the Patreon, just click the like button. Currently, it's actually a tie for the game on the patron poll. To patrons, you guys have until the 5th to vote, but the games are Outer Wilds, Rime, and Portal Reloaded, and it's a tie between 2 of them. I won't tell you which ones. That's up to patrons to find out, so go over there and vote. You have until the 5th. Thank you, Frog. Also, for people at the Sound Command tier, I'm now sending out voice logs. So you'll get one of those once a month around the 1st. I like how currently I'm getting like a flurry of notifications on Patreon because everybody's notifying me. Thanks for the 5 cents, stupid.
Woo!
Wonder what happens when a dwarf description does not say they need alcohol to get through the working day. Literally, it means that they're a vampire. Yeah. Or you haven't had any. Usually, actually, what it says is they need alcohol to get through the working day, but they can't remember the last time they had some. And that usually means one of 2 things. Either they've been in prison for a very long time, or they're a vampire. Or you just have no alcohol in your fort and you're a horrible person. There's literally one more throne that we're waiting on. So we need one more thrown up here, and then we can just lock the dwarves in the tavern. He's a vampire. He's a vampire. Also, B-Lug, at some point, you and Cutest need to time your commands properly because they fit together. I don't know if Cutest is here, and I don't know if your command is up. It should be up by now, I would think, but... that's psychological torture. Dwarf Fortress Edition. Preskin. Who goes first? Ghost goes first. I don't know. I don't even know if a Cutest is here right now, but... it's something from, is this the Tavern Orgy waiting room? Yes. Speaking of Tavern Orgies, how's your Tavern Orgy been? Picture point. How's things, man? All right. Once we plug that in. We can now get the doors back up in here. Staff or Jeep? That's what it got from Tavern Orgy? Tavern or Jeep? Orgy. There we go. It figured it out. Fucking... picture points really don't like the word orgy next to it because captions just breaks when I do that. Picture point Tavern Orgy. Do you understand it now? Okay, that time closed captions got it. I just have to speak very clearly or it comes out as Jeep or G. Okay, Google, picture point, Tavern Orgy. There you go. Have fun. To anybody who has their Google device turned on in speakers. Also, Alexa, play music while we're at it. You know, I like to think that Twitch is using all of this footage to train voice recognition and facial algorithms. I like to imagine what I'm teaching robots right now. Anyway, how are you, Picture Point? Alexa, subscribe to twitch.tv/blindIRL and support Blind IRL on Patreon. Patreon.com/blindIRL. Is it a chill day? Today, I'm trying to have a chill day. I'm dog sitting again. I got a shit ton of editing to do. Just because of like my own scheduling. I have a Future of the Fortress video to edit. I have a the Rift Wizard video to finish editing, and I have another video that I said I would edit to edit. And I edited 2 yesterday, and I need to confirm something with somebody else, and I'm in talks to record another interview with somebody else on another game. Keep playing with clips. That's what you're supposed to do. That's literally the reason they exist, is so that you can play with them. They exist to be fucked with, so fuck with them. Does that mean that Picture Point is employed again instead of unemployed point? Because that'd be good to hear. Also, Anonymous, thanks for cheering 5 bits. A lot of A symbols mean Tavern Orgy. I'm glad that I can, you know, have positive influences over the AIs that will rule the future, you know? It was a one-day contract job. No. Okay. Well, I mean, hey. Also, Tavern Orgy is my new Dwarf Core. What is it called? Like Dungeon Wave or something? The D&D music group, Tavern Orgy. That works. I'm sure that could be a thing. Someone who's making like fantasy synthwave needs to name their group Tavern Orgy. Anyway, off of that, we're trying to make babies in Dwarfort because I currently have 24 dwarves and it is bad. I've been doing way too many mega projects and not enough breeding, so. Also, what time of year is it? Winter, I think? Yay, late winter. Anyhow, I don't know how my VODs don't get demonetized ever, but they haven't yet, so. I couldn't, like, break that face, so I had to shut the camera off to break it. I have so many long VODs that cost them too much electricity to parse. I hope so. Tavern Orgy for the good old lordy. That doesn't quite rhyme, though. But I don't know. I'm just watching all of these dwarves run around, kind of halfway panicking. It's all good, though. We only, from what I can tell, have 3 depressed dwarves in the fort now. So, hopefully we can get a few more. Why not feat Lordy? Why not Lordy? Of course, a child has gone into a fey mood. But why not, you know, the wonderful Lordy? The fantastic, wholesome Christian rock band. Lordy. I think it's just pronounced Lord, isn't it? I don't know. I've always called them Lordy, which I'm pretty sure is wrong, but, you know. Who became the new mayor? No one. I kept the same one. All right, so a child wants to... Oh! Is it Jimmy? Jimmy Tibby! He's gone into a fey mood. Let's see if you can even do the thing from here. I don't think so. Yeah, okay. I have to turn off the celebrate zones while you make your artifact. I don't think orgy is a word in Dwarfort, so... Let's make some food and drinks. Let this child make their artifact. And once child is done making artifact, we will lock back inside. Is thumbs up for tavern orgies the new dicks out for Harambe? Serious question here. Sounds like basic setup. Step 1. Make Harambe meme. You've been invited to power up your Patreon. Hi, it's Person. Who I won't name, from the Creators Success Team. For the past 5 years, I've helped creators launch, manage, and grow their Patreon. I thought you might be interested in our new and free course, Power Up Your Patreon. It's a 5-week course. We can figure out what's working for membership and what's not, set goals, and connect with your fellow creators. On one hand, that seems kind of interesting, but also on the other hand, like, am I not already doing a pretty good job? Like, what else could I possibly learn? Except for stuff that I maybe won't do, like make a TikTok. Thanks for the $1, Anonymous. I need to get my Patreon power level to over 9,000. You are correct. The question is the course happening while I'm streaming? Because the answer is probably. Anybody got a resub on deck? Because if so, you could hype train that. Did you clip that? Frog? Please tell me you did. Cheers, stupid. Hey, it landed on Acid Grind, who hangs around sometimes. Awesome. You didn't do that? Oh, I'm disappointed then. I was hoping you did. You know, this dwarf just grabbed sandy clay, rough bone opals, cave spider silk cloth, cow leather, unicorn leather, kimberlite blocks, rough zircons, and stray cow bone. I'm going to go grab the celebrate room. I'm going to put this dwarf in it so that you don't freak out.
RPG in the last week.
You got paid by the you got RPG bits. It's funny because I was talking about that with some other people the other day where they're just like, I want my RPG bits. All right, so now dwarves are going back to celebrate room, and that dwarf is going to make their artifact. Oh, I do every day. I see how they bite off the shell to get at the nut. Don't you? And how else are you gonna eat a walnut? Thanks for the $10, stupid. Cheers, man. Big thanks. I guess maybe if it finishes level 1, then you guys get some of the new emotes because there's new hype train emotes. But cheers, dude. Thanks for keeping this weird show funded. Did I lose a dwarf? Excuse me? No? I mean, well, it's the 26th of Obsidian, late winter. First. Okay. Don't worry about it, B-Lug. Come on. You need 1 penny, guys. 1 penny. 1 penny. Anybody got a bit? It's brand new emotes if you got another bit. Thanks, Anonymous, for $1.83. Chat, can I get a round of beers regardless for all the bits and the gifted subs? No ads for bit either. Isn't that system just gone? I'm pretty sure that they just got rid of that system. Ads for bits. Hey, Athros. Happy Tuesday. Back at you. MB4 it just sits at 99% and runs out. I would push it over if I could, but I literally can't, so. First of spring has arrived. Yeah, and it's certainly not been a chill day in Longdeath. We had a false well, not false. We had a export violation set, and half the dwarves went to prison. I had to remove the captain of the guard and disable all prisons. We had a bunch of beatings and a lot of injuries, and I had to expel some dwarves. It's been a rough day. So now we're desperately trying to rebuild population by locking everybody in the tavern. Yeah, holy shit indeed. Also, the humans have arrived. And Jimmy Tibby has created an artifact. Jimmy Tibby, the dwarven child, has created Sangazor, a cow bone animal trap, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Aiden Eagle Mirrored. You gotta mirror those eagles. If you don't mirror those eagles, then they will, I don't know. It's worth 4,800 Zetal. This is a cow bone animal trap. Anybody got a bit or a resub? We could level that hype train up and you can get some emotes. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn leather and cave spider silk, and encircled with bands of sandy clay, and this object menaces with spikes of cow bone, kimberlite, and cow leather. On the item is an image of a bull in black zircon. The bull is in the fetal position. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the bull in Longdeath in the early winter of 284. On the item is an image of a trillion cut gems and bone opal. Simple, but effective. I like it. I guess it is going to run out. Thanks for the 1,483 bits, $14.83, and the one gifted sub. I don't believe I've ever seen a train hit 99 and then not finish, so that might be a first. Nobody gets emotes. Rip. But thank you, guys, for the bits. Cheers. A little bit late. Thanks, Athros, for gifting a sub. Cheers. You needed to do that, like, mobile is too far behind? Oh, God, I'm sorry. Sigh. Yeah. Thanks for gifting a sub regardless, Athros. And happy Tuesday back to you. Yeah, because Twitch has new hype train emotes now. They're like these drawn critters. They're kind of cool looking. We'll be back up in an hour, though. But thanks for all the bits, guys. And thanks, B-Lug, for the RPG bits. I have this problem where the RPG bits usually come in while I'm streaming. So then, by the time they... Internet's getting fixed next Thursday? Yay! Wait, Thursday or Turds Day? Because I think Turds Day is much worse than Thirds Day. But cheers. That's good to hear. Best at. Did they say what the issue is, or is it one of those, I don't know, we're sending somebody to take a look? Because that might not necessarily fix it, but hopefully it does. Yeah, this dwarf just likes being in prison. Although is ashamed after wearing old clothing. We got plenty of new clothing, so it's no biggie. I was gonna say, you don't really want your apartment to be on fire, right? Also, why? Oh, fire inspection. So you just said my apartment was supposed to have a fire today. No one showed up to do it. So I was thinking, like, pit fire? Like, public bonfire? Outdoor fire? Burn the building down? Because fuck it. Yeah. It's like, are the bed bugs and cockroaches that bad? Like, it must be bad, but is it really that bad? That's maybe one of my favorite typos I've seen in a while. Hey, Smash, what's up? Picky, fancy, blind, not wanting to be in an inferno. I mean, you joke, but like there was a building up the street where half of it burnt down a number of years ago. And they moved out the people from that apartment that caught fire and the apartment on either side and the apartment below that all had fire damage. And everybody else just continued living there. And I knew somebody who was living in the building at the time. And they talked about how weird it was because there was a huge chunk that was like walled off with just like plastic basically, and like you could hear stuff going on outside, but they couldn't get to it. It's very weird. One sand, pair wood barrel. We got some we got some stuff from the tributes stone. Heads up. Let me know when you got it. Or when you get it. Get, got, gat, whatever. But, you know. You know. I'm going to assume that you've got it, Stone, and screenshot it in case you didn't. Because we need to unpause. I'm just like imagining like people planning to burn down a building and then not being able to burn down the building because they didn't get vaccinated or something. Just like I have like this very strange image in my head now. Oh yeah, I got it. So it's all good, Stone. It's screenshotted, so you can just go grab it on the Discord. Generally, people who aim to burn a building down do it. You'd think, but they're not always the most successful. When I was a young warthog, when I was a young lad, I was definitely a very unsuccessful arsonist. I tried to burn down many anthills and set grass on fire. I usually ended up just burning myself, though. But there isn't too much I can actually do with the fort right now because I need them to make children. My powerful magnifying glass in my glasses. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Many kids are inefficient arsonist. Also, inefficient arsonist is my new band name. It's my new punk band. Sounds like a punk band. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to take a break from hanging out, slaughter a bunch of stuff, give the elves stuff to trade, and then go back upstairs. Northern child ready for slaughter. Feels Batman. Hey, Avenue. Set fire to their own shirt. I mean, they were an arsonist. They just didn't set fire to the thing they wanted to set fire to. Never saw was when a tree outside your house got struck by lightning, fell over. The nearby power line didn't snap the tree. I didn't have to lean too far. And there was a line of flames and a tree rested in the mire. So one time, it was early fall, and I was on my way home from my night shift job when I worked night shift. And one of the bus stops I waited at had like basically a forest on the other side of the road, right? And this one particularly tall tree. It was thundering and storming and raining and raining and raining and raining and raining. I was just sitting there like halfway playing a game on my DS and halfway like watching the storm sitting in this covered bus stop. It was a pretty well covered. It was one of the ones with like the glass in front as well. So, you know, I was pretty sheltered from the elements. I'm sitting there and it's just playing a game on my 3DS. And then suddenly I heard this crack. And I look up and the tree across the street had just exploded. Because it got struck by lightning and it went and debris went all over the road, like everywhere. The tree exploded and almost immediately caught fire. That's the fastest I've called 911 in my life. It's just like, I need a fire department. And they're like, why? And I'm like, a tree just exploded. They're like, where? So, yeah, that was one of the weirder phone calls I've ever made in my life. Excuse me, I need the fire department. Why? A tree just exploded, ma'am. So yeah, that trees getting struck by lightning is pretty incredible. More just because of the noise that it makes. It was maybe like 20 meters away from me. I was on the other side of a 4-lane road, so. What, Inefficient Arsonist is a good band name? I think Inefficient Arsonist is a better, like, album title than a band name. Inefficient Arsonist has way too many syllables in it. Unless you want to be like a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard type deal. Says the guy who has a tape for the Tibetan Miracle Seeds. Although, if I was the Tibetan Miracle Seeds for this album, I would actually, I think that the name Inca Missiles would make a better band name than Tibetan Miracle Seeds, but, which is the name of this album, but, what just died? Something just died, something just died, something just died. It's okay, it was supposed to die. That is fine. Why are you pondering economic data and not doing your fucking job? Go do your fucking job. Chat, what's the most awesome fire you've ever seen? And have you ever had lightning strike near you? Morning cockroach attack? I've never been attacked by a cockroach. Ever. Let alone in the morning. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've attacked more cockroaches in my life. They brought a chipmunk. That's new. Bull moose, a weasel, a burn owl, an echidna. Let's take all their almonds. I literally buy all the almonds and pecans from the elves every time now because I have all the animals from them that I would want. "50 meters away, broke the windows on our balcony." Oh, God. Like, blew them out or just cracked them? There was one time when I was in kayaking. I was kayaking out on the lake, and there was, like, a threat of lightning, and we were considering heading in because we heard some thunder off in the distance. And generally, when you're kayaking out on a lake and you hear thunder, it's time to go inside. And I was just sitting there, I'm like, well, I was talking with my sister and two of our friends who were out on the lake, and we're like, yeah, we should head back in. Okay. We all make the decision. We're like, we're going to head back in. And then I look over at my sister, and she had her hair down, right? I just see her hair starting to stand up. You know what that means? It means there's high static electricity. It means you're about to get struck by fucking lightning. And I literally looked over. No, I didn't live. I died. I'm a zombie, sir. And I looked over at her. I'm like, your hair's standing on end. And she just looks at me and goes, oh, no. We just all kind of looked at each other, and we all spontaneously just flipped the kayaks over and fell into the water. And then lightning struck a tree just like, I don't know, 30 meters offshore. So we swam back. It wasn't super cold. And my coach came over and cursed at us from his safety boat. Eventually put us back in our kayaks, and we paddled the rest of the way, but that was one of the sketchiest moments of my life. None of us died. None of us even got hurt. We got kind of wet, though. Yeah, yeah, it was. What's even better is like the things when sprint kayakers use fiberglass paddles. So paddles made of fiberglass. Supposedly they don't use them anymore. They use another material now. But anyway, back then we were using paddles made of fiberglass, right? So you're literally carrying a lightning pole, which is even better. It's like literally sprint kayaks are like made of fiberglass, very light, very high up out of the water, and also the paddles are made of conductive material. So, you know. It's literally just a recipe for getting struck by lightning if you're stuck in the wrong spot. Oh, this poor dwarf, 15 years old, feels enjoyment remembering playing with a toy. What do you want? You want to pray? You want to practice some martial arts? You want to practice a craft? Let's see how you feel about this. So, yeah, stay away from lightning. Lightning is scary. I read gave birth, and I was very excited for a second and thought that one of my dwarves made a baby, but no, they didn't, and now I'm sad. You know, I appreciate this. A meditation on rainfall, a cat parchment scroll. Written by Ghost, it concerns the origin of rainfall through evaporation and condensation. The writing is quite cheerful. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Well, that's good. She went flying? Really? That's intense. Like, I guess the lightning struck nearby and it was enough to, like, throw her backwards. That's terrifying. This isn't quite the same, but in the house I grew up in, there was a thunderstorm that was happening. And it was admittedly pretty far away. But it was, like, close enough that... it was close enough that... what's the word I'm looking for here? It was close enough that, like, we could see thunderclaps, and it was pretty close to the house. I don't know exactly how far away. And it struck a tree that was kind of, like, not on our property, but relatively close. Like, within a couple 100 meters of our house. It struck this tree, and the lights in the house flickered. And I remember because I was sitting upstairs in the kitchen with my mom, and I was sitting on the bar stool that we had in front of the kitchen bar, and the lights flickered. It went dim, came back on, and then I saw static electricity jump from light fixture to light fixture to light fixture to light fixture. It was super bizarre. Did you come by too late? I don't think you have 100 tickets, potentially. I mean, maybe you do. Just type in tickets and see if you have that many. No, investing only just started, so no, you're not too late, but it's a question of do you have 100? Because, like, you know, I have a couple hours in my bot, as you can see. Yeah, so you definitely didn't have 100, but you could definitely invest those 18 if you want. No, I mean, you start somewhere. Everybody starts at 0, right? Like, don't be intimidated by people with crazy numbers of hours on this stream. I stream too much, and I've been streaming for too long, so. You start at 0 a lot? Fair. Now it's done. Now you gotta wait an hour. Like yesterday? Well, I didn't stream yesterday, so. But like last stream I did. I mean, October 30th was the first time you watched me, so. According to this. But, I mean, regardless, welcome to the stream. I'm assuming that was when I was doing Reigns of Terror. Which, by the way, the save file is uploaded for if anybody wants to fuck around with it. Here's a link. It'll go live with, or it went live with the YouTube video. So. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of people watch, a lot more people watch me on YouTube than on Twitch. Based on my analytics right now on YouTube, for the number of people that are actively watching videos and have watched videos in the last 48 hours, if all of those people were watching my stream instead of watching my videos, I'd have about 200 people watching? Based on Twitch's stats, I would guess. Yeah, about that. So yeah, a lot more people watch the YouTube videos. I get more views on my YouTube channel in 2 days than my, well, I get more views on my YouTube channel in about 5 days than I do on my Twitch channel in a month. Difference is, I pay bills with Twitch. I don't on YouTube, so. Maybe if my YouTube channel gets up to 100,000 subs, then I'll pay bills with YouTube. Till then, YouTube is just like side hustle. Has been refueled. That's terrifying. Shall I put some fire into that gasoline? I'm super curious to see what happens. I mean, for me, the Steam release is going to do one of three things. Either it's going to boost the ever-living hell out of my YouTube and Twitch channel, and I'm going to have a much more stable career from here forward. Or there will be a blip for a little bit, and then it'll go back to where it was, or nothing will happen. It's one of the three. So we'll see. All I really hope is that it comes out, people like it. I hope that Krug Smash gets another 500,000 subs, and I hope that Tarn Adams is a millionaire, and Zach Adams is a millionaire, and I hope that they get to just develop Dwarf Fortress comfortably without worrying indefinitely. That's my hope. So that's my actual hope. Be cool if I benefit from it, but if I don't, the world's not gonna end. I can keep going at around this level and survive. It's just stressful and work intensive. Unfortunately, this is going to be a boring couple of episodes of Longdeath, though, because I need babies. You're expecting the second? What, a big blip for a bit, and then it goes back down to where it was? We'll see. I mean, I have a goal for my YouTube channel. And my goal for my YouTube channel, my first goal for my YouTube channel when I started taking YouTube seriously, which was in the end of 2018 was when I started taking YouTube seriously. That's when I privated a whole bunch of videos and started uploading stuff on a consistent basis. But my goal then was to get 100 views on every video, which I've achieved. And now I'm trying to get to the point where I get 1,000 views on every video. And if I could get 2,000, or if I could get 1,000 views per video, that would be about $3 per video. Per day plus overtime views would be enough to actually lean on the YouTube channel a little bit as a revenue source instead of right now, which is, well, I mean, I can show you guys these numbers. This is my YouTube revenue. Okay, so in October I got $135, which isn't bad. That's my groceries, but it's not huge. I mean, my best month ever on YouTube was what? $255? That's Canadian, by the way. Which isn't not bad at all, but like it's not enough that I can lean on it, you know? Which is why I ask people kindly to come over to the Twitch channel if they can, because this is how I survive. But I don't know. We'll see. I just hope that I come out the other end of the small bubble with at least 10,000 YouTube subs. Hopefully we come up with that. But you know, I have this weird feeling though, and I was talking to one of my teammates about this. I have this weird feeling that my most viewed video of all time is going to be called "Let's Play Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition Part 1." It's just like a friend of mine, Avak. His most viewed video is called Let's Play Stardew Valley, Episode 1. Because he got Stardew Valley a month early, played through the whole game, and had a fully recorded Let's Play for the entirety of the game before the game came out, and then put up part 1 on day 1 of that game's release, and was one of the first people to have a Let's Play of Stardew Valley up. And then that game sold all right, I think. It's a little known indie game. I mean, you may have heard of it. Anyway, 2 million views later. But yeah, that weird farming sim thing. Yeah, Avak, good dude. It's one of the few people I will miss not being able to see at what was it? Stardude Yeah, I think Stardude Candy, I think. Yeah, I hope so too. Avak's good people. He's good. Ironically, like I don't know how much Twitch you watch, Lord Ake, but when you get to around the level of streams like mine, we all know each other to a degree. Like, in a world where if there's a streamer that's bigger than me, I'm probably at the very least aware of them, or I've met them, or if they've been in the community for a while, I've probably had drinks with them. It's a very small world up here. Except they don't sing, and we're not made of dolls. And we're definitely not in Disney, so that's good, I suppose. I mean, I say this. Imagine how many players Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead would have if it released on Steam. I don't think the graphics are going to be a huge issue. It's going to be a setback for some, but I don't think it'd be an issue. Since you started working from home. Yeah, I mean, Twitch kind of tripled in size when work from home happened. I'm gonna need to take a lunch break soon, though. I think I'm gonna do that at 2 p.m., which is in 8 minutes. I'm gonna take a lunch break, and I'm gonna take the dog out for a tinkle and give her food and get me some food. If it got the same sprite treatment as DF, it would be ridiculously huge. What, CDDA? CDDA already has sprites. What? I mean, yeah, I guess it would need like an official. It would need like. It would need a completely unique tile set. Unless, like, did they ever rip out the copyrighted assets out of that thing? Because that thing did have assets that they didn't own in it for a bit, which got them in trouble. Okay, you keep getting anxious. That's not working. I'm going to take you off of being a scholar. For the UI reworks? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't play CDDA, so. But yeah, no, I genuinely think CDDA would be huge if it released on Steam. And they could do that too. I mean, in a world where OpenTTD is on Steam, why couldn't they do that? So, I don't know. Trolls fighting with a cave crocodile in the basement. I do honestly believe that Dwarf Fortress will do great. I guess in regards to people blowing up, though, I think for me it kind of depends on whether or not people raid me, because I have lots of friends that are very big streamers who know who I am, who know that I play a lot of DF, and it depends on whether or not I get raids. If I get a bunch of big raids, we'll be fine. But kind of depends. I'll probably get raids from my team, though. With how popular a game like Zomboid is, I would imagine CDDA would do great. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zomboid's much more approachable, but yeah. No, totally. I mean, even like look at how big Caves of Cut is. Caves of Cut is such a niche, obscure, weird fucking thing, yet it's so wildly successful. So, I don't know. I genuinely believe that the graphics limitations of Dwarf Fortress isn't as big of a deal as people make it out to be. In a world where Dwarf Fortress has almost as many followers, and I'm talking about followers on Steam. So, here, let me show you something stats-wise real quick. Steam DB. I've shown this before, so this isn't new information or anything, right? So this is Dwarf Fortress, right? on Steam database. So on Steam, you can wishlist games, but you can also follow games, right? So Dwarf Fortress is really high up in the wish lists, right? It is the 15th highest wishlisted game on Steam, but it's got 97,404 followers, right? And every major update, it gets a little blip, right? Um, and it's been consistently going up, right? Now, within days of it launching, it was already at 50,000, and it's up to 97,000, right? Now that might not seem that big, right? But bear with me for a second. RimWorld, massive game. Like legit, 20,000 people currently playing it. Massive game, right? 400,000 people follow RimWorld. This is since RimWorld launched on Steam. So a fifth of the people follow RimWorld that follow a game that isn't even released yet. I don't think DF's going to have any problems. I mean, this weekend I'm starting up a Caves of Cud run. Actually, I'm gonna play that that tourist mode that they added because there's a lot of endgame content that I'm just not good enough at the game to see. So I want to see that content. So I'm gonna get a burly axe warrior and we're gonna run through that game with saves and permadeath off because I want to see that endgame content and I really like that game. So because they've added tourist options, I'm gonna take the tourist option. I think that is a fair thing to do. Neither are you? Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. All right, so chat, if you'll bear with me, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I am dog sitting. Normally these are shorter, but I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I got to take the dog outside so she can have a pee because I don't have a backyard. I live in an apartment, so I have to walk her out to the parking lot area. So I will be gone for a little bit. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out, but I will be back. It's just going to take me... Whoops, that's the wrong button. It's just going to take me 10 minutes or so. If you've been watching for a bit, maybe get up, stretch your legs, grab a cup of tea, or just like stare at these dwarves. Maybe they'll do something exciting. I've turned off the restrictions so that they can go do other things while waiting, and I'll give you this merchant to watch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too quick unless you really want to. Could I get a round of beers? No, I'm not going to pause the game. If anything bad happens, the game will pause itself. I will be back in a couple of minutes. BRB.
Justice for everyone!
I see ASCII in my chat. Streamer's been fed. Dog's been fed. I've been fed. I think I'm back within the right amount of time. There's miasma there. That's not good. Actually, no, I know why there's miasma there. That's actually totally fine. And anyway, it's time to lock the doors back in the tavern. Unless something needs done. Nope. And Dwarf's back in tavern. I gotta write a thing down on my phone. But yes, ASCII is pretty great. Did I not punch in breakfast? What? Hold on, doing a thing real quick. And okay. Carbs counted, everything's tracked. Doctor's getting an email. Yeah, we can get back to dwarfing. Looks like the dwarves didn't misbehave while we were gone too, which is good. Celebrate dwarf times, come on. Yeah. Somebody make that parody. Come on, make it happen. Or require a full-length chiptune parody of that. You did all of that with a mouse? Yeah. No, that's the best kind of... I love the little stories people can tell with my emotes. That shit's cool. But yeah, in regards to all that stuff about, like, Steam DF, I'm just trying to make my YouTube channel into kind of the de facto news source for things related to Dwarf Fortress, because frankly, it is a niche that I don't think anybody is really filling, just period. Like, it's very much a... an unfilled niche, I guess, is the only way to really put it. It's very much an unfilled niche. So it's just nice that my guess about that was correct. I do have a mouse. Just remind everybody to play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Or a rat in this case. You can stay the whole day watching DF. Well, I don't usually stream DF the whole day, but it's definitely a large portion. I'm just checking something real quick. Rats are smarter than mice too. But, you know, if I can just make myself into the de facto news source for Dwarf Fortress, it'll help. I mean, as far as, like, the future of my channel goes, I can say this. Tarn Adams schedules the interviews I do with him now. Like, he's just like, yeah, so I'll, like, after the last one, he's literally like, yeah, so I'll talk to you again in 4 months. So I have a feeling that I have a place in this community for a while. There are loads of YouTube videos showcasing mouse and rat traps for farms, and they generally fall for some basic traps. You would never fall for such an obvious trap. Stumbles into student loans, yeah. This community is not a place, it's a people. Does that mean that all of us together create one people? Are we a people Voltron? Because I'm here for it, if that's the case. If we can be a people Voltron, I'm down. Dwarf's been in prison for almost a year, and they're just sitting there going, I repent the entire time. Which I think is funny. Do you know ignorance? Chat, do you? Clearly you don't, because you're in chat. Sometimes it's bliss, I know that much. Blind IRLians? I mean, at one point you guys were members of the cult Hobo, which was Stoned Hobo's cult that he started out of my chats. I don't really like to name my community. I don't know, it's weird. You guys can be whatever you want to be. I'm just here. Sometimes you just lose the key from the jail cell. I mean, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta lose the key. Sometimes losing the key is the only real option. Most thing you've ever come to addressing your viewers is the... I personally feel that you should start every one of your videos with, "Alright, nitwit," just because it's so funny. I don't know. What's up, you jackasses, and welcome to my video. Now sit down and behave and shut up and tie your shoelaces and don't stand on the carpet, or I swear to God I'm going to have to call a cop. We're here to play some Dwarf Fortress today. I'd be down for that kind of abuse. Sometimes I just need to be commanded to watch a video. One is tugging on your heartstrings. But here's the real important question, Bastet. Do you want to build a snowman? I haven't even seen that movie. But when people say let it go, I have to respond with, do you want to build a snowman? Hey, twat munchers, it's blind. What's up, you knob gobblers? Welcome back to another Dwarf Fortress video. You know, honestly, I think that my hello everybody and welcome back to another video where I talk about updates in the Steam version. Dwarf Fortress coming from Tony One and Kid Fox is a better line than "Hey twat munchers." Just gonna throw it out there. But I mean, Now I wonder what would happen if I made a video where I just insulted you for an hour. How many views it would get? I don't even know who that is. Banana. Some, probably, yeah. I don't know. I've thought about becoming one of those channels that just reads creepypastas a couple of times because it's like, I need a cash cow here. But... Alright, do what you gotta do, Frog. You okay there, Bastet? And leave the house for the first time since Thursday? You should do that. Yeah, you should go outside. You'd watch that in a heartbeat? What, me reading creepypastas? I read creepypastas anyway, that's the thing. What about a dairy farm? I like the way you think. One of my favorite tweets I've ever seen, actually, was from Brian on Normal, the programmer on, or one of the programmers of Caves of Cud, who tweeted, "Holy fuck! Eggs cost $5 a dozen? My 13 chickens are shitting out $100 a week." Just like, I saw that and I just burst out laughing and spat out my coffee. Because he has chickens, right? So I guess he hasn't bought eggs in a while. But when I saw that, I just immediately just like coughed up a lung laughing as I choked on my coffee. All I'm saying is that tweet damn near killed me. It was a very funny tweet. How many chickens does he have? The gist that I get is he's got about a dozen chickens. But I don't know if there was exaggerations in there. He's posted pictures of his chickens a few times, but... although, actually, hold on. I mean, I know for a fact he owns at least 2 chickens. At least 2. Based on this image, he owns at least 2 chickens. Also, this is maybe one of my favorite tweets ever. He just tweeted this image. Yep. His Twitter is fun to follow. He's a good Twitter follow. And I don't think a lot of people are good Twitter follows. He's a good Twitter follow. Please do not. Attention. Please do not. Probably more than 2 chickens. Probably more than 2 chickens. I mean, chat, I've talked many times in the past about how my actual life goal is to own a small house on an island with good internet. Oh, another human caravan arrived. I was wondering why the game paused. And have good enough internet that I can stream full-time and have chickens and bees and a small garden. That's legit my goal in life. There's quite a few smaller islands around here with small towns of like 5,000 people on them around here. So it's actually like an attainable goal. I grew up in a small town and I want to go back to that. But you're not allowed to visit it. Well, I didn't wish on a monkey's paw or a genie, so I think I'm okay. Large towns are weird. I live in a city of 2 million people, so yeah, can confirm. Well, technically it's 2 million people spread over 5 cities, and I live in one of those 5, but it's known as the Greater Vancouver Area, British Columbia, Canada. You don't get the weird smell here because it rains enough. Stays clean. Unless you, like, you know, go to a piss alley next to a dive bar, but... I think that's all that I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm doing here. The town I grew up in was about 15,000 people, give or take. I think now it's closer to about 50,000. You kind of want to be an egg farmer now? You're just going to like get... Banana Unlimited, I have a very important question. Have you watched the interview that I did with the Dungeon Man's developer, Jim Shepard? Have you seen that video? Because I have a story that's very relevant to this that he talked about. Because if you haven't, I'll show it to you. Or at least I'll show you the relevant bit. Audio wasn't clear here. Let me pause this. I'm going to restream my own content. This is truly recreating, or this is truly... no, I'll just show it because it's relevant. I'll just show you the chunk of the video because I have them timestamped. All right, just let me pause this. Okay. Unmute that. And I just have a question on my outline, which just says chickens, ... what?
Why? Yeah. About a year and change ago, probably early in the pandemic, maybe right before the pandemic, somebody came by the channel whose name was Hatch Poultry Farms. This is during a stream. Hatch Poultry Farms. Said, hey, you probably don't remember me. And I said, well, that name is not familiar, but hi, welcome to the stream. And he said, well, I had a different name before, and I came onto your channel because I was asking, if I really don't like programming, how do I make myself like it? And he relayed a story, which I did remember, where basically his parents were like, look, you know, you need to learn to code because coding's the future and you can be a programmer and so on. And he was looking for ways to get better at it. And I told him, and I remember this, telling him on camera, man, if you don't like it, don't do it. Right? Like you can't force yourself to love writing code. If the puzzle of like solving programming problems doesn't give you excitement, even when it's frustrating, you're never going to like the work. So don't do it. And that was months ago. Well, it turns out he wouldn't told his parents, I don't want to do this anymore. And I'm going to do what I really want to do, which is raise poultry. So he started a poultry farm. And Hatch Poultry Farms, he started raising a quail farm with like quail eggs and birds and the whole 9 yards. Relevant. And came back to stream to tell me this. He would visit the stream often, and we'd talk about birds. I have sitting next to me a catalog from Hatch Poultry Farms because I actually went to his website and ordered one. So there's a list of like quail prices and pictures of all these different fancy birds. Unfortunately, I think he's gone out of business. The pandemic, of course, is tough on everybody. I think he's got another venture spinning up. I'm not exactly sure about that. I shouldn't say too much. That story, like, really got me. I mean, this is me blowing my own horn again, but like, holy cow, I affected somebody's life in a pretty positive way. And the magic of streaming, the magic of making games, the magic of community, the magic of all this stuff, like, it was just profound. And so I said to him, you know, if I ever end up making pets, man. And he also, he was a very supportive community member while he was around here too. I said, if I make pets, it'll be battle poultry. Because he had these really crazy looking quails, like these wild looking beasts with this spiky hair, and they look like baby chocobos, man. It was out of control.
Anyway, that's why you should watch this interview. Here's the link to the full thing. Not enough people have watched that video, and I've tried really hard to promote it. It's been hard. So, although it does have 100 likes and 0 dislikes, so it's got to be a pretty good video with a 100% like ratio. All right, let's unmute my background noise. And go back to playing Dwarfs. But yeah, that was a I don't know, just very relevant to the conversation. You like being a coder? I mean, whatever works for you, man. I love how wholesome that story is, more than anything. I love how wholesome it is. I mean, you'd also never have to pay for eggs again. But yeah, no, obviously, like, you know, when you are raising chickens, like as Fwifo4 said, yes, you would absolutely have to pay for packaging and transport. And once you're paid for all that, like, yeah, your margins go down significantly. But because of an over-the-top April Fool's joke by your mom, you either have a really cool mom or your sister got screwed bad. But yeah, no. You don't like the taste of eggs, though? I like eggs. I eat eggs pretty frequently. I'm mostly vegetarian, but I do eat eggs quite frequently. Eggs are one of, like, my things that I still eat. Alright, let's just trade that real quick. And send the dwarves back upstairs. I can actually remove this now. Because I'd rather they hang out in the tavern. Oopsies. I thought I had that set to erasing. Now I have it set to erasing. So they had to build a coup up and raise them. That's kind of awesome. I don't know. I think chickens are they're cool fucking animals. Like you can do a lot with chickens. I don't know. It is one of my dreams in life is to own chickens. Yeah, that happens with chicks. I have an extremely min-maxed diet. Do not worry about me. It's one of my pet peeves, actually, is when I mention my diet and chat's just like, you better be... It's like, I get it. There's a lot of backseat nutritionists out there. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I have a nutritionist that I talk to every 6 weeks over the phone and 2 nurses that call me all the damn time. My diet's fine. In fact, they compliment me on how good it is usually, so just... It's all good. You had a friend who min-maxed their diet completely wrong? Okay, well, I'm an intelligent young dude who needs to have a specific diet to not die, and it was given to me and confirmed by a nutritionist. I'm not a no-brain roid head who wants to get ripped and eat 10 eggs a day. All right? I don't know. It's a pet peeve of me. I really don't like it when people try and backseat my eating. Before then, I was in sports, and I had saw many sports nutritionists who backseated my food before then. I have a pretty good idea of what I'm doing. Also, this dwarf is getting happier. Sounds like he was trying to do his... Isn't it Rocky who ate 10 eggs a day in a blender for breakfast? I just have this recollection of... Fucking what's his name? Actor who plays Rambo. Yeah, no. I'm a weekday vegan, mostly vegetarian, but I'm not a moron. Right? Like, I think that's the difference. It says, like, there's a lot of people who have health problems, and then they see things like the keto diet, and they're like, I'll do that. Or they see things like intermittent fasting, and then they jump on it like it's a fad. But in reality, nutrition is a very complicated thing, And I was in sports for a number of years and learned a lot about nutrition in sports. And as an adult, since I've moved out, like, I've taken nutrition pretty fucking seriously, with the exception of, I'd say, for about 4.5 years when I was really depressed and working 2.5 jobs, because this was also a job at the time. But outside of like those 4 or 5 years, the majority of my life, I've been very careful about my diet. Stallone, that's his name. Yeah, I seem to remember Stallone just chugging eggs. How much cholesterol he was taking in? I mean, a boiled egg every other day is good for you, but like, yeah, 10 omelets or 10 egg omelets is fucked. You say that like it's a problem. I didn't mean it like it's a problem. I'm more just worried that they're going to stop getting happier. Hey, Roadblock, what up? I'm pretty sure I could make a 10 egg omelet in a pot. Like, in like if someone told me to make them a 10 egg omelet, I would probably use a pot with like high sides, and then like grease the entirety of the inside, and then keep it, because I have a non-stick pot, like a pot that's virtually non-stick, and I actually usually use it for cooking fried eggs when I make fried eggs, but I'm pretty sure you could do that in a pot. Although I usually, if I'm making stuff with egg, usually for me, eggs goes into fried rice. That's almost always what it is. It's usually egg fried rice with some nuts, spinach. If I'm making egg fried rice, it's eggs, some nuts, spinach, tofu, greens from my garden, spices from my garden, herbs from my garden, and then I'll usually do a side of fresh vegetables. I'm going to do something like that. But anyway, I don't know. That's usually how I eat eggs. I also have a pretty large greens garden out on my porch. I mean, yeah, if you're making 10 eggs is like scrambled eggs for a family of 5. Enjoy your lurks, Roadblock. I appreciate them, even if I don't get to say hi to you every now and again. But when you do pop up, I will say hi. Probably didn't cut it with milk. I mean, if I had to make scrambled eggs for 10 people, I would probably use 8 eggs and 1/3 milk. If I had to do that. Eight eggs and 1/3 milk is probably what I would use. But usually, like, if I'm making an egg dish for myself, it's almost always cut with something. Like, eggs are not the majority of the meal. But also, since we're talking about food, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but I think I prefer Beyond Meat burgers or Impossible burgers over regular burgers now. Because unless I really trust the burger place, I would rather get the Beyond Meat version or the Impossible Meat version for one specific reason. A poorly cooked Beyond Meat burger or Impossible Meat burger tastes better than a poorly cooked beef burger. A well-cooked Beyond Beef burger or Impossible burger tastes about the same as a good beef burger. But a poorly cooked Impossible one is also okay, because like meat, if you overcook it, it turns into a hockey puck. Whereas I find the Impossible stuff, I really like a good sweet potato patty. Actually, if someone's making that, there's a pub close to me, or a pub that I go to sometimes, that makes a sweet potato veggie patty, which is not it doesn't taste anything like a burger, but it's a great fucking sandwich. But anyway, I would rather have at a place where I don't trust the food, I would rather have the Impossible or a Beyond Meat, because I find that they just stay juicy longer. Like, I don't know what they do to them, but they just end up tasting better to me. Damn it, we're losing another one. What do you need? La, 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 la. This dwarf got fucked up real bad. I feel so bad for Vin Saudi the Third. You really need to pray, which okay, actually here, Vin, I have a possible solution. New squad, no uniform, names. Add you to the squad. Name the squad. Vin survive plus. Okay. And then turn that squad on. So now theoretically, Vin's gonna do nothing except for go do exactly what you need to do. Hopefully. That's like my last ditch effort for dwarves that are about to fucking die. Let's make them a commander of their own squad so they're like, hey, I got a promotion. And then they go, hopefully, not die, but. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. That's so sad. I don't think I like pizza very much anymore. I'll be honest. Too many carbs. It's too hard to count. Hurts too much the next day. Every time I've had pizza, I've been borderline hyperglycemic the next day, which is like the equivalent of, yo, do you want to feel like you're having a heart attack? Do that. Oh, that sucks. I mean, basil's season only lasts one season, right? But tomatoes dying sucks. I feel you there. And then there's me over here going, I really want to try growing weed next year. I mean, basil plants have an expiry date, but fair. Weed! Not meat. I have some Alaskan Thunderfuck seeds that I want to try planting. Yeah, well, you've got to like I said, they have an expiry date. Dude, I mean, Alaskan Thunderfuck is a strain of weeds, so. You naturally want to compare it to the meat product. You know, I would tend to agree with you, but to me, in my brain, I think of like a veggie burger as a different thing than a Beyond Meat burger. A Beyond Meat burger is it's a completely different taste profile. It's a completely different style of food. So on the basis, I agree, and I generally don't buy any vegan products that are mimics of meat products. But with the Beyond Meat stuff, it's so much. It basic, like if you were to just give me a Beyond Meat burger and tell me it was a meat burger, I'd think it was a meat burger because they're that close. Oh, that's unfortunate. But so that's like the one exception where I will like cave. That and lab grown meat. But yeah, I really like Beyond Meat stuff. You know what I have problems with? I have I mean I could actually go get it because it's indoors now. I have a perpetual spinach plant. Here, I'll Google an image of it. Which the ants like to try and do that. These things. It kind of looks like spinach, but it's like big spinach. It's like this stuff. And it grows seasonally. The ants try to cut the roots to it, which drives me nuts. I also have several other plants that the ants will literally farm aphids on the leaves, which is obnoxious. And you know what I do to ants who do that? A trick that I learned from my Russian neighbor. You want to know what that is? Spray vodka on the plant. Ants fuck off real fast. It's very efficient. Ants are awesome. I hate them because they damage my plants, but makes the plant more delicious too. Yeah. Unfortunately, it burns off while cooking it, but. No, literally, like you want to get ants off of your plants, spray vodka on them. Like they will just disappear immediately. It's the best use for polar ice vodka, which is really shitty cheap vodka. Gasoline too? Yeah, but vodka's edible? Gasoline isn't. Vodka doesn't hurt the plant. I don't know if gasoline does. I don't know. I'm much more inclined to put vodka on my plants than gasoline. They had big problems with ants in summer 2020? Yeah, no, just put it into a spray bottle 50-50 water, and just do it. I think we found, guys. I think we found our arsonist that was supposed to burn Banana's house down. I'm just imagining now that you cut your grass with a flamethrower. That's just my mental image. I know that you're probably talking about like a weed eater or a weed whacker, but I'm imagining that you're cutting your grass with napalm. Yeah, exactly. Just fucking cutting your grass with napalm. Why are we putting vodka on plants? To kill ants. Because I don't use any pesticides on my plants, but I've used vodka to get ants off of my plants. I hate that so much, Banana. If you're allowed to do what you wanted. So a friend of mine has a habit of buying things that explode and things that are dangerous. And he just sent me a text a couple of months ago. It was literally just all caps. Please give me one valid reason why I shouldn't buy a flamethrower. And then linked to a image of a flamethrower that he could buy. And I was like, you live in an apartment. He goes, that is a valid reason to not get a flamethrower. I'm like, yeah, it is. Okay. You're like the Rhino of Party of Canada, Lordic, who is a comedic Canadian party that likes to run for seats sometimes. And one of the things that they stand for, and it's the same every time they run, is they want to pave over Manitoba and make the world's largest parking lot. And their reasoning is, it's only Manitoba. They also want to build a bridge from Prince Edward Island to Vancouver Island, but they haven't decided which way around the world they want to go. They would confiscate all the land from Quebec and put them in the Gulf of Mexico. The land, not the people. There's lots of dumb things that they've said that they're going to do. Although I like the Pirate Party of Canada, which just believes that we should all move to Newfoundland, build pirate ships, and invade France. Anyway, joke Canadian parties are fun to dig into. This ant farm guy, he used chalk and baby powder to prevent ants from digging or escaping through some areas. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard about chalk. But I'm talking about getting... Is that wine on the ground? That do be wine on the ground. Who's getting wine dumped on them? Okay, where's my mayor at? All the way down here. Okay. Would make a lot of money. Just charge everybody in Manitoba parking. Oh, they wouldn't win. They don't have enough seats to win. I think the last time they ran was like 2 elections ago, and they only had like 4 ridings. Or 4 people running for 4 ridings, and none of them got in. Meaning the Green Party got more seats than they did. So, good luck. Canadian politics are hilarious, but also incredibly mundane and boring. It's like my uncle who, my uncle's a police officer. And he's one of the higher ups. And he's always put on the task force that have to stop local terrorism, which, by the way, are people who like to dig holes under trees and cement themselves to them with snacks and diapers because they're going to be there a while. They have to dig them out and arrest them so that they can cut down trees. That's Canadian protests. We just cement ourselves to trees. You heard me. You want to stop somebody from cutting down a tree? Dig a hole underneath it and pour cement in it. Climb in. They put on like paper casts before they do it so that their hands don't get cemented. So they basically just like stick. What they'll do is they'll take a big drill. They'll drill a hole in the ground. They'll stick a pipe in the like PVC piping in the hole. Wrap their hand in paper and tinfoil. Stick their hand in the hole, and yeah, you'd have to cut the person in half. Yeah, that's not legal, my friend. And you know, if I didn't do this for a living, I'd consider. Fuck those people that are cutting down our forests. That's Canadian politics. Folks made a task robot with a flamethrower. Wait, what? Folks made a task robot with a flamethrower and the flamethrower robot realized they were testing videos. It was hilarious. That seems dangerous, Aqua. Alrighty, Animal. Let's see what we got. How you doing, Animal? It's good to see you. We never tested termite. Me, thanks, dumb, goats, egocentric, centrist, central train stations in London. Westford, what? Ford? There you go. Please continue. There was a robot called Hypnodisc, which pioneered it, and then the creativity just went out the window, and you can get much more regular momentum spinning. Huh. Yeah, and I'm anti-logging, so you know. But yeah, no. Those protesters will do it in such a way so that you can't cut down the tree without killing the people, which is why the police have to go in and dig them up and carry them out. For real, you go up to, I don't know, and it's really sad to get to the places where the logging companies never got to because you realize how beautiful your forests would be. Yep. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's just, I don't know. I like to hike up to the old growth forests in the areas that the loggers never got to, where we have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old trees. Absolutely giant trees. Let's see if I can find any photos. I might. Since these dwarves are just partying. I mean, I've shown this picture many times, but shout outs to the top of Garibaldi. There's me next to an old growth tree. Funny thing about that is that's actually like quite far behind me. See if I have any of my dad. Or if there's any other good one. Here's another old growth tree. Canadian forests. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to see if I have any other good photos. Oh, Canadian bridges. It's a very well-maintained trail. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, those are all the ones I got on tap anyway. The others are on my hard drive. Those ones you wouldn't cut. Those are the trees that people are trying to defend in places. Okay, so Lord Ake, let me just be completely blunt with you for a second. I realize what you're trying to rationalize when it comes to logging. Okay? But also realize this. They are cutting those forests down here. That's what people are protesting. I understand how logging is supposed to work. It's never how it works in practice. They clear cut, don't plant enough, and then we clear cut more. We can cut down our trees faster than they can plant them. All right? So just realize you're arguing for the wrong side when it comes to the vast majority of people who live here. It's international logging companies that are contracting our local companies to do way too much fucking damage. So yes, I would cement myself to a tree if I wasn't a diabetic and would probably die. So there needs to be a better solution. And chopping down our forests is not one of them. Yeah, no, absolutely. Just go watch some documentaries about illegal logging and watch your heart break. I'm very much a tree hugger, nature, lefty person. God, man. How's that dwarf doing? Man, you haven't made it very far, have you? Vin might be too far gone. No. That's not what I'm talking about. It's all good. Do you really think that, like, if the tree was a danger to people around them, do you really think that someone would do that? Like, really? Because, like, legit, they're cutting down old-growth forests here. So... Mm-hmm. I mean, the old dying trees and forests should be left to fall and let nature take its course. Not like what we do, which is min-maxing forests. We shouldn't have any say over it. Just let the forest be the forest and let the forest do its thing. We don't just let the forest be the forest and let the forest do its thing and let the forest burn naturally occasionally and trees fall over. The whole system will collapse in on itself. And that isn't positive to anybody. You know what? I'm going to put you into the Survive Plus squad. Oh, absolutely. Right, Crow? Absolutely. And then people make excuses and say that it's okay. You know? I'm trying to figure out why you're still arguing, Lord Ake. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna cave, and I'm not gonna agree with you. You can have your opinion, but if you don't want to argue, my best advice is to just simply drop it. Like, I do not agree with you in any level. Will not agree with you. But there's one specific reason for that. You are talking to somebody who is in a position where I have the microphone. I don't know your full story. I don't even know where you live. You could be on Mars, for all I know. Obviously, they have a problem with forests. They lack a few. We should send them some seeds, in fact, so that the Martian colonies can grow some forests, too. They'll like them. But quite literally, like, I have zero clue where you're from, what part of the world you're in. I can't have a proper debate with you. I can't have a proper discussion with you. So, well, no, your English is fine. Honestly, I thought you were a native English speaker. But like trying to have a potentially heated debate with somebody through a Twitch chat is just going to end with somebody getting yelled at. That's no fun for anybody. So I won't agree with you, but we're going to have to agree to disagree. I think they are too, but I'm not sure. So you agree with me? All right, fair enough. Also, I'm pretty sure the Amazon's burning. It's like, oh, well, a lot of those forests, it's like, oh, it's illegal to cut. All right, let's cut it anyway, and then burn it down. Turn into fucking farmland. So, just don't know the word you want to say? I mean, you're like I'll say this: you are writing very coherently. So I would never have guessed that you weren't a native English speaker, because half the native English speakers in my chat speak worse than you. Looking at you, native English speakers. Stop using slang. Anyway. If we took the wood away first, feels bad, man. That's some bat villain shit to say right there. And Stone's like, what do you say about me? I feel called out. I feel attacked. Nah, it's fine. I don't really want to argue with anybody. I'm not in that kind of mood today. Some days I get into an arguey mood, and then I'm totally down to argue, but I'm just... I don't know. Forests is a tricky thing. I mean, I was having this, like, almost borderline heated discussion with my dad the other day. Because here, we have an employee crisis. We have a worker crisis. Jobs are available, and nobody's filling those jobs, right? And my dad works in a factory. I won't say what factory, but I'll just say that they work in plastics. They work in injection molding and plastics. My dad runs the automation for that factory and gets paid quite well. So it's his job to automate said factory. Now, they're having a really hard time hiring and maintaining employees at the low level. So people that work the assembly lines. It's almost impossible for them to hire people. They pay less than Amazon. They have better benefits than Amazon. They'll probably treat you better than Amazon, but they pay less than Amazon. And also, no young people work there. You're not allowed to talk to your coworkers. And in general, because I worked there for a summer, it's a very unpleasant work environment. Like, it genuinely sucks to work there. And they can't hire young people, and young people don't want to stay. And they can't figure out why. It's plastics. We are I am part of a generation that is being told plastic bad, don't make plastic. It's like being told that you shouldn't be shopping at fashion stores and getting fast fashion products. Also, by the way, you work at Forever 21, go stock shelves. Like, there's so many contradictions in our life right now. It's really difficult to figure out, like, what is the right thing to do. Like, people don't want to work in certain industries because they're destroying the planet. But if we don't work in those industries, the planet falls apart. It's like, how are we supposed to get food if suddenly, like, the shipping industry shuts down because we need to stop shipping stuff? It's a complicated fucking subject. No, I think I get what you were trying to say now, Lord Ake. But it's like, we need houses, so we gotta chop down trees, like we were talking about earlier. But we can't chop down trees because we've chopped down, like, there's this really good movie on Netflix by David Attenborough, which is called My Life on Earth, or maybe A Life on Earth? Can't remember, but it's something like that. Anyway, it's his whole career, and it talks about the deforestation of the planet over the decades. It's like, the planet went from 85% forested in 1900 to 30% forested in current day. It's like, what the fuck? Like, we need a better solution. Ah! I still think that we should do my theory, which is just dig a hole and build houses underground. Like, let's become hobbits and live in holes. I don't know. My favorite mandate that we've had in Vancouver recently is the green buildings mandate. Basically, they've put, like, netting around the vast majority of high rises here, like balconies on high rises. Now, new buildings have to have, like, it looks like a chain link fence, basically put up sideways all the way up the sides of the buildings, and they have to plant ivy plants all the way up and all the way down, and paint the roofs white. So the roofs are white, so they reflect light back up into the sky off of the planet, removing heat. And also, they're growing, like, vines all the way up the sides of the houses. I'm thinking of dwarves. This is true, yeah. We're going to dig too deeply and too greedily and release a Balrog onto Earth. Can't wait, Waifu Force. It depends on what you put on top of it once you're done building down, you know? Up gives a lot of wind blockage and heat problems, and light pollution. But we should tell Dubai that, though. Also, tell that to literally anybody in any city that lives under sea level. Because if they dig down, they just hit water. But yes, digging is expensive. Absolutely. And the whole shebang just collapsing is a thing? Absolutely, you know. Cities collapsing would be, you know, a problem. Yeah, no. I'm to be completely clear, I'm being relatively sarcastic with the dig a fucking hole comment, but Stone, it's that season again, heads up. It is the first of autumn. The humans have arrived to drop off their crap. All right, you know, can I just say that ideally we shouldn't be going to war? You know what I mean? You're like, not to mention the unsustainability in war unless you actually want to build under a mountain. How about we just don't kill each other? Is that like a radical take? Like, I don't know, man. That was a solution in World War II. Facilities deep underground just didn't get finished in time. I've seen documentaries on that stuff, yeah. The best defense against nuke is to stop making nukes, I think, actually. That's my theory. You know, I just want aliens to show up. I want there to be aliens that show up and do like the Independence Day thing. Maybe don't blow us up. Maybe they just show up and then leave. Because then people would realize how insignificant, stupid, pointless, and dumb we all are. And then we could actually work together. You're being called upon. Do what you gotta do. It's all good. I'll be here. I'll be here probably for another 3 hours. I mean, I like, you know, honestly, I don't like a lot of things that Elon Musk says because as an idiot, he's an idiot who smokes too much weed and has a Twitter account. And as an idiot who smokes too much weed and also has a Twitter account, that dude needs more tact. But I genuinely believe that one of the best things Elon Musk has ever said is, why don't we just shoot all of the nukes at Mars? Because, like, legit, let's just shoot all the nukes at Mars. Like, there's been worse ideas. I have to have a Twitter account for work, so. In fact, if you've ever watched an interview that I do with Tarn Adams, that I've done with Tarn Adams, I talked to him via Twitter. Because he didn't respond to my email. But he saw the tweet. So, those wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Twitter. Oh my god. Stone, you're going to love this. It's one page. I can't scroll down. Whoa. Oh, it's probably the lead cage. There's a lead cage with a tame wren in it. Lead cage is heavy. Guarantee you, the lead cage is why. They probably hit their weight limit. Yeah, but have you ever heard the term, oh fuck, why am I blanking on this? Solar archaeology, I think was it. Solar archaeology? It's the studying of planets that are not our own and how we should, like, maybe not fuck up Mars's ecosystem by shooting nukes at it before we even get there. Like, maybe we should go there and look for, like, signs of life first. You know, because, like, we might accidentally, like, make natural, like, little plants and things growing in those ice caps die before we even get there. Like, that is a very real possibility. There could actually be life on Mars in those polar ice caps. If we just go shoot a bunch of nukes at them, we might, you know. Just to be sure. I mean, maybe not a bad idea, but also, I saw how the thing, I rewatched The Thing recently. I know how this goes. It being a viable method doesn't mean you should do it. I think that the much more viable method is we should just shoot nukes at the sun. Because the sun don't notice. Fine. And it'll get rid of the nukes. Just fire them at the sun. It's fine. And hope that the rocket doesn't blow up on the way up. Otherwise, that'd be a problem. Entering our ecosystem? It won't. It'll enter the Mars ecosystem, and that's why the guinea pigs who go to Mars first will die. Just build a Dyson sphere. Simple. Yeah, just build Dyson sphere. There's a video game where you do that. We all know how to build Dyson sphere. You make robot, you destroy entire planet, you harvest all of the resources off planet, and then you take all those resources and you shoot them into space. Then you go to the next planet. You destroy the ecosystem on the planet, you harvest all of the stuff on the planet and completely shave it down to nothing, and then you shoot that into space. And rinse and repeat until you have enough materials to build a Dyson sphere. Right? Because I'm pretty sure that's what you do in Dyson sphere program, right? Just harvest whole planet? True. Just cool down planet as you dig so that lava get hardened, right? I don't generally watch those videos now. That particular YouTuber or YouTube channel isn't one I've ever really gotten into, but I believe it. Oh, the heat is fuel for your fires. Oh. See here, I was thinking that you were suggesting melt or like heat, cool down the earth, the planet's core, so as you harvest, it gets smaller, and then the gravity gets less. So eventually you can just throw the pieces into space that you need with a big catapult. I'm definitely a scientist. No, I'm just a tech hippie that wants chickens. You fuel yourself with the heat. Wait, hold on a second. Are you reptile people? Chat, I think there's a reptile person in our chat. This is a problem. This is kind of sus. Because what is powered by heat? Reptiles. What is running our society? Reptile people. I need to rewatch that show V. The original one, not the remake. The remake was awful. With the reptile people from space. Yeah. We have broad plans for a self-replicating terraformer robots in some drawers since the 70s, but manufacturer will spend 400 years replicating themselves before building the first new rocket. Yeah, but yeah. Tank shells? True. Bullets is also powered by heat. I love bullshit conspiracy theories, so they amuse me. As I describe them, they're Earth lore, you know, like conspiracy theories, and bullet shit. Yes, heat is bullet shit. This is fact. Well, I welcome our reptilian overlords. I mean, they just want warm cuddles. Realistically, like, reptile overlords are probably actually not that bad because just like snakes, the second they touch you, they realize, oh, you're warm, and then they want to hug you. And then take your skin. Anyway. This has been a stream so far. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream today. Very on topic with Dwarf Fort. I'm literally just waiting for my dwarves to make babies, so, you know. Not much I can actually do. Although we have had 2 babies today. Or 1 baby today. Not 2. 1 baby. And also lost like 4. Outpost liaison has arrived. Dwarves are here to trade. I'm just going to trade everything that's in here. I don't care if it's stuff that I theoretically need. I just don't want my dwarves to bring anything. This is all metals and stuff, but I've got tons of it. This is all stuff that's just sitting in my stockpile. There we go. All right. Yes, this is true. Robot overlords are here to download more RAM. Is downloadmoreram.com still up? Downloadmoreram.com. Yay! Download More RAM is still up. I'm happy. Don't actually go to downloadmoreram.com and download it, but they do sell t-shirts. Copyright 2020, all the rights, all the RAM. This isn't a scam. There isn't a virus. It's just a joke website. Made in jest. Keep smiling. See? This isn't a scam. There isn't a virus. It's just a joke website. Made in jest. Keep smiling. Hell yeah. Best website. I have not played it, so I don't know in regards to Darkest Dungeon 2. Everybody that I know who's played it likes it. Why don't you like it, Freeways? I'm not a huge fan of how the character models look, but I haven't played it, so can't speak to it. 800 download more RAM. Yeah, absolutely. Wait, you mined a diamond? Excuse me? That hero? I mean, good thing you can still play Darkest Dungeon 1. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of the first Darkest Dungeon, so I probably won't play the sequel. It's not a bad game by any stretch. It's just not a game for me. Which I'm pretty good at accepting. Some people aren't great at accepting that, but I'm pretty good at it. Nils says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yep, they're still unloading. Oh, I was going to say, if you found a diamond in Dwarf Fortress, I've got thousands of hours in this game and I've never found a diamond, so. I was about to, like, kind of freak out a little bit, but. Yeah, no, everybody that I know who's, we'll see you later, Fwifo Force. Thanks for the conversations today. Cheers. In Dwarf Fort? Freeways? Or in Minecraft? Or is that a slang term for a kidney stone? Wow. Yeah, I've never seen diamonds in Dwarf Fort. Never. You personally know you don't like DD2, you didn't like Slay the Spire gameplay loop, lost interest after a couple hours, didn't come back. Yeah, same. I played Darkest Dungeon at the beginning of Early Access and didn't particularly like it, and then I played it at the end of Early Access, and it was better, and I played it a little bit longer, but I fell off of it pretty quick and never actually finished a run. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of food. That's what we're going to do, so it's going to be a lot of pressing enter here. Sounds fun, Dichiro. I mean, okay, so I'm not going to tell you that you can't be critical of something that you paid money for, Freeways, but just remember that the game's not done yet. So who knows what it'll feel like when it's done. Okay, first off, Witch Track Mania. Second, are you playing did you get a professional or like a full account, like a subscription account, or is this like a freebie account? Like, you know, I'm personally of the opinion, Freeways, that like if you paid money for a thing, you could absolutely criticize it. So like your statements are completely valid. However, what I will also say is just keep in mind at the back of your head that regardless of your opinion of the game currently, it's probably going to change before it's done. So just remember that the original Darkest Dungeon was a much more bare bones thing with nowhere near as much of a sense of progression as it had by the end of it. Also, they took the Epic deal, right? It's on Epic Games. It's not on Steam yet, meaning they're basically there to get a buttload of funding and then develop the game. Like, I would say it's actually pretty safe to just wait until it's done. But that's just me. And as I've said to many people who have played Darkest Dungeon, just remember, Darkest Dungeon is just a party-based dungeon crawler, and Japan's been making those for decades, and Japan's better at making those than the majority of North American studios. So if you really like that style of game, go look up some Atreyan Odyssey or other Japanese dungeon crawlers and just go play those, because like those games are fucking great. Much deeper with better progression and better item variety and harder skill caps and more interesting mechanics, way more enemy variety. Like, yeah, you can... Darkest Dungeon is just a Japanese dungeon crawler with a very accessible Western skin, right? It's a good skin, don't get me wrong. Like, it's a really good theme, but there are other dungeon crawlers out there that will, like, give you what you're looking for, but also a much harder, deeper experience. You know, when you look at games and you don't know what to play? Yeah, no, I understand that. Definitely been there. Usually what happens when I look at my Steam library and I don't know what to play, assuming I don't have to stream that day or I'm already done streaming, that's when I get up and I go do something else. And come back an hour later, and then I usually know what I want to play by the time I'm back. You've not gotten the subscription yet? Well, it's $10 a year, and I'll say this, it's fucking worth it. Aqua. It is fucking worth it. But if you think that the pre-made tracks are good, just wait until you get into the user-made stuff. Just it like I've said to many people, there are two types of people in the world: people who've never played Trackmania before, and people with 5,000 hours in it. And there's no in between. You've either never really played it or heard of it, or you have a very large amount of time in it. And there's very little in between. Oh, this dwarf, I feel so bad. Harimaru got expelled, Critty got killed, Taigo got killed. Like, all your friends are dead. Well, at least your friends would do it now. Do what you gotta do, Freeways. Take care of yourself, man. That $10 a year will get you into all of the custom servers, yes. That's how long have you been standing? Yeah, no, I mean, legit, $10 a year will get... The reason they charge you the fee is because the vast, or not the vast majority, but a large portion of those servers, Trackmania hosts them. So you're basically... So they have, like, their official stuff, which is all on the main page, right? All of those are user-run servers, and they will host servers for you. So you're basically paying for server hosting costs. The $30 a year package lets you host your own server and put your own tracks on it. So and also host your own custom skins. So it's kind of like the $10 a year thing is just you're paying for their server hosting costs. But a lot of the nicer servers are hosted on their own servers. So like Evo, for example, hosts all their servers on their own servers, not on Ubisoft servers. So it's so fucking fun. It's such a fucking fun game. Yeah, no, and honestly, like when Trackmania 2020 came out, and I was like, I streamed it a bit when it first came out. I had so many people in my chat. They're like, $10 a year, what a fucking ripoff! And I'm sitting here going like, all right, how many of you play Destiny? Because that game's got $60 expansion packs that come out once a year, as well as like a $30 a year expansion pass, plus microtransactions for skins and colors. Yeah, I'll take $10 a year over that any day. Fuck that. And also, you know how you said that you were playing the seasonal tracks, right? If you are paying a subscription for Trackmania, every single set of seasonal tracks that comes out, you get to keep. So you can go back and play previous tracks that came out during the time that you had that subscription. But if you don't have the subscription when they're gone, and you don't get to play them again. If that makes sense. Unless somebody spins up a server with those tracks on it, which some people do, but or recreations of those tracks, which some people have been doing. But you can't go back and get placements on the official leaderboards anymore unless you were paying for a subscription at that time. So if you miss a season and you have the subscription on it, you can go back and play those tracks, which I don't know. I think it's cool. And I really like Trackmania. It's a good game. I hate Ubisoft, but I like Trackmania. Shaken after suffering in depression. God, this poor dwarf. I just want you to be happy, dwarf. You're 15 years old. Ah. Also, I haven't said this enough today. So, chat, thanks very much, everybody, for just hanging out. We got a lot of good conversations, a lot of good back and forths. And I've had some very quiet streams recently where it's like, I feel like I'm just talking at myself the whole time. But thanks, guys, for keeping the chat active. Goes a long way. $15 years old with depression? Yeah, it happens. Trust me, it happens. That was you when you were 15? I think that was a lot of people when they were 15. But in Dwarf, that's going to be really difficult to recover. $17 to $18 was the lowest part of your life? I don't know what the lowest part of my life is. My mental health started going downhill around 2012, and it's never really come back up. I think 2019 is maybe the best year I've had in the last decade, though. And what's funny is because 2019 is the best and worst year I've had in the last decade. 2020 was worse, though. Well, maybe just as bad. Better in some ways, though. But yeah, apologies for the sort of boring DF gameplay today, but it's kind of what you got to do when you need dwarves to make babies. How far is the Steam version coming along? I don't really know. Like, I know some things that people don't know that I can't talk about, but generally, Fortress mode looks relatively complete, but it's hard to say. And I have no idea about Adventure mode or Legends mode. And I haven't talked to Tarn in 4 months. So, but the military screen stuff seems pretty done based on the last update. So that's cool. The new military screen's real snazzy looking. By that I mean it's like primarily it's quite literally identical to this one actually, but very organized. I mean here's the screenshots they released. If you give me a second. This, and that's it, I think. Yeah, these are This is the military screen stuff that they released. So that's the equipment screen, military training screen. You add dwarves to the squad via the squad menu. So they've removed, or I don't know if they've removed, but they potentially have changed the way you recruit dwarves into the squads. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. And then there's also in the background there's a patrol route. So yeah, I don't know. It's coming along. It's coming along. I will say keep an eye out on Thursday because there's stuff I can't talk about, but there will be stuff on Thursday that'll be pretty cool to see too. Because it's Newsweek. I don't know. I think for me, like, there's been some people that have been really sassy at me recently in YouTube comments about things that I said a year and a half ago and a year ago regarding when the Steam version will be out. I was much more optimistic back then, but people need to realize that in that time, the forest fires happened, which slowed it down by like 6 weeks because Tarn basically has been pretty blunt about how he got almost no work done the last time there was major forest fires, which was in 2020. Tarn got evicted and had to move. And his brother also moved. So that happened. Which is like ridiculous when you think about it. This Tarn Adams had to move during a pandemic, but he's done moving now. He was done moving as of July. So assuming, and like Tarn said this the last time I spoke with him. He said, assuming there's absolutely no hiccups, there is a possibility it could release in 2021. However, it's more likely it'll release early 2022, is what he said. But that was 4 months ago. So I will be scheduling another interview with him, hopefully sometime this month, so we can have another chat. Cheers, Roadblock. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for not lurking today and chatting a little bit. But yeah, no, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Steam version will be out hopefully next year. I doubt it'll be out this year, though. Unless, like, randomly adventure mode is basically finished. But I kind of don't think that's the case. I kind of don't think that that's the case. Investments are open, by the way, chat. Heads up. But, you know. The fortunate thing is, like, if you do already play Dwarf Fortress, the game's not going to be too different when the Steam version comes out. Doing weaponsmithing demonstrations. Where are we doing those? Oh, right, yeah. I always forget that that's a spot for that. How's Max doing? Pretty terrible. Why are you socializing all by yourself? That's not even an area where you should be able to. Oh, no, I get it. Because you're in the military and you go where you want. Actually, what I could do is this. There you go. Now you're going where you need to go. Get all the way up here. Get your dwarfy ass up here. But yeah, no. I have hopes that the Steam version will be out sooner rather than later, just purely because I really want Tarn Adams to go do something that isn't work on the Steam version, because every time I talk to him, he just sounds so bored. So bored of working on UI. And, you know, I just want him to work on things that he's excited to work on again, you know? And when he's talking about, when he's talking about, you know, adding mechanics to Dwarf Fortress, he just sounds so excited and sounds like he's having so much fun. But when he's talking about, like, designing UI, he just sounds so bored. So, I do honestly hope that sooner rather than later, it'll be done so that he can just go do things that he actually seems excited to work on again. Because frankly, I'm ready to just get excited for the long wait and magic. How can society function without loyalty? Alright, well, now that you're up here, you should be able to just socialize. There you go. That's what we need you to do. Socialize and pray. Socialize and pray. And that's an order, Dwarf. All right. Well, I think that we play out the rest of this year, and then we play an evening game. What do you guys think? Because we are currently in mid-autumn, which means we have mid-autumn all the way through winter. Hopefully we can get another child or two. Hopefully. Hopefully some other dwarves can get married. Trying to think what we could do for the evening stream tonight. I don't want to do another Rusty Lake game today. Although I did go and buy the other Rusty Lake game that's on Steam, which is Rusty Lake Paradise. Yeah, Paradise. So I need to figure out when I'm going to do that. I don't know exactly when yet, but we'll try. I want to get that done earlier this month because I played those two Rusty Lake games and I enjoyed both of them. The second one not so much, but the first one was great. So if it's as good as anywhere near as good as the other two, I will be very excited. I'm very excited to play that. So. Although this is a question that people ask me all the time. But chat, what have you been playing recently? What games have you been playing recently? And is there any games coming out soon that you're excited for? Because like I mean, you guys know what I've been playing. It's a bit of a giveaway, but. Dwarf Romantic had a big update? Did they put that out? I thought that was out next week, but maybe I got the date wrong. Mini Metro. Lots of people like that Mini Metro. Lots of people do indeed like that Mini Metro. But big enough that it's worth going back to, Squad? Because it was free and runs on Linux. Hey, Surviving Mars is an absolutely acceptable game. It is not revolutionary or incredible in almost any way, but it is a absolutely acceptable, fun, fine game. New challenges? Did they do rebalancing? Because some of those achievements are ridiculous. Really? Huh. I wonder why. I never thought of that game as being particularly memory intensive, but maybe I'm just mistaking. Aqua. That or your Lappy is very, 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 very flammable. Have you been playing Deep Rock Galactic? Pat, there actually just kind of a heads up to everybody. The Halcyon Frequency Discord, which is my stream team's Discord, has a LFG room now looking for group. So if as of this morning, Pack, who's a member of the community, states that they are looking for someone to play Deep Rock Galactic with. So if you're looking for a crew that is of all skill levels, there might be some people to go play with. I want to say that I was like 21,000 or something was my highest score. So yeah, if you're not in the Halcyon Frequency Discord, here's a link. There's also some multiplayer servers you could get whitelisted for if you're subscribed to one of me or one of my teammates' channels. We got an Navorian server, Minecraft server, which is pretty inactive these days, but probably will get active again once there's an update. We're actually planning on running a Farming Simulator 2022 sound or server when that drops, which is I think we're gonna be looking into setting that up next week, and other things. So maybe get in there. It's also how we promote team-related things, which might be worth looking forward to. It's an ancient Surface tablet. Oh, I get you. Okay, yep, no, that makes a lot of sense. It's like trying to run a laptop off of a case that's nowhere near big enough for a laptop. Also, Disco, it's good to see you. There's also a pretty damn active New World community on that Discord, if anybody here plays New World. However, it is primarily Europe.
Many people
based.
ask me, Nikita, will we the blin?
It depends on if your friend who hasn't seen you in 5 years hits you up. Fair enough. Ryan, if we do end up doing records tonight, I could stream my Sergeant Thunderhoof live album that arrived, which, by the way, is very good. Very good. Also, a thing that I need to talk about at some point if we ever record another episode is this. It's very good. Tibetan Miracle Seeds is Inca Missiles. It's such a good album title, though. Also, like, look at this album art. It's so cool. So good. But anyway, Ryan, I hope that you've been well. That album is now at the top of my whole entire albums to check out playlist. Fair enough. That is indeed a case for an audio cassette. And you know what's in that case for an audio cassette? A fucking audio cassette. Yeah. This is a nice water pipe and a good amount of ganja. That's good evening right there. A brand new tape, actually. This album was released in August this year. Well, that figures. I mean, come on. He's a nervous wreck after suffering a major injury and finds helping others to be an imposition on his time. Prosectra, hello. How are you? Can't export vests again. You gotta be careful about that. Trying to think if I have any other out of left field music recommendations. I don't have anything else on my desk, though. That's the only one I actually have on my desk. Oh. This is a good one. That's a good one. Recommend that. Fair enough, Press Extra. I hope that the news wasn't too bad. We're currently trying to get our dwarves to make more babies because population is at an all-time low. So we're trying to regain some population by locking the dwarves in the tavern and wait for the orgies to commence. Only one baby's been had since I locked them in here. So they need to get to it and be a little bit more snappy, if you know what I'm saying. Personally, I'm doing all right. I can't speak for all of chat, I don't think. But I'm doing all right. I've had some good days recently. Even though my brain's been in like the quite literal mental gutter recently. But depression-wise, like I'm definitely kind of at a low point currently because my favorite season just ended, which is Halloween, so that's not helping. But Halloween itself was fun. Got to do a lot of good streams around Halloween. You worked Halloween? So did I. Technically. You had a big depressive slump that month? Usually September is a pretty happy month for me. September wasn't so bad. November, December is usually sad months for me. And then springtime is the worst. Summer is also pretty bad for me usually. Until like I get to go hiking. When I go hiking, I start to like summer again. The spooks that matter are still with us. I mean, in my world, it's always Halloween. What? It's always Halloween. Got kind of excited for a second there. Hopefully the shift wasn't too bad though, Ryan. I mean, Halloween is a mindset and a style of culture, and you can make it a thing if you want. Like, it's not illegal to buy a pumpkin and carve a face in it, and then put up ghosts all over your house, and put a hanging skeleton in the window, and playing spooky music and watching horror movies for 10 days around Halloween. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. And there's also nothing stopping you from buying a bunch of candy and eating it. Because that's also things you do on Halloween. Literally, Halloween, if you have friends, then you dress up in a costume and you hang out with them. And if you're like me and you don't have friends, you put up a scary skeleton and watch spooky movies and listen to scary music and think about spooky stuff. And hail Satan and listen to heavy metal. But, you know, I say that I don't have friends, but I did go to the pub with a friend of mine a couple days before Halloween. But, you know, like, I don't really, like, I don't hand out candy to kids or anything because there isn't enough kids around me. So, but I definitely get into the Halloween spirit, and I definitely like Halloween. It's just like, you know, you don't have to be in a part of the world where Christmas is celebrated to celebrate Christmas. You can just celebrate Christmas if you want. And buy bags of candy when it goes on. That doesn't happen for parts of the world where candy is not on sale. Also, that's kind of bad for me as a diabetic because it would take me a year plus to finish that candy. So I just kind of opt to just buy the occasional candy bar when I feel like it. Like I bought myself some Reese's peanut butter cups and ate them while listening to music on Halloween. So just a set of 2 because you can buy like the minis that are like this big and it was 80 cents. Bought one of those. Ate it. It was tasty. But yeah, no, it's Halloween is something that you can celebrate anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter if it's a thing where you live. Where are you going? There you go. Dwarf's getting a little happier. You're gonna go pray. That's what you need to do. That's what you've been, like, dreaming about, is praying. There you go. Meditate on war. Seems fitting. So, you want to know a life hack when it comes to Halloween? Right? A true life hack? Carve pumpkins and don't put them outside because people blow them up here. People steal them here. Like, put them inside, okay? Life hack number 1. Life hack number 2, if you put up decorations, keep them inside. Put them in your window, you know? Like, you could hang a fucking fake dead body in your window and shine spooky lights at it, and you get to enjoy it from inside, and they can't steal it. So, just saying. Don't actually put it outside. Also, if you don't put the pumpkin outside and you put LED light inside the pumpkin instead of candle, then you can eat the pumpkin later. That's even better. Cuz then you get cool looking pumpkin that you carved, plus you get the fun of carving the pumpkin, and you get pumpkin pie afterwards. Like, that's a triple win. Who doesn't want a triple win? Cuz like you can leave a carved pumpkin out for like 2-3 days inside before it starts to go mushy. So, for a couple days at the very least, yeah, you can keep them inside or keep them on a porch or somewhere where people can't get to it. And if people are gonna go remove decorations related to it, like fucking shoot them with a water gun or something. I don't know. Like just that's trespassing and like abuse of property. Like that is multiple laws broken. Pumpkin seeds, fuck yeah, absolutely. Roast those pumpkin seeds. The good stuff. Although I'm going to go buy pumpkins now that Halloween's over because pumpkins were way too expensive. So I don't know. Like just there's absolutely ways to celebrate Halloween without actually going about doing stuff with other people. Also, I genuinely think that that's kind of fucked up that people would just go around removing people's decorations. That would be like stealing somebody's Christmas lights. Who the fuck does that? Question, Prosectra. Do you live in one of those countries that believes that Halloween is all about worshiping Satan and that worshiping Satan is bad? Because that's messed up, if that's the case. Just saying. If you do live in a place like that, it's not religious stuff, then what the fuck's their problem? It's more like anti-West? Like anti as in like A-N-T-I? Well, I mean, at that point, just put up a fucking American flag and then put up Halloween stuff. But like I said, just keep it all inside. Like, just put it in your windows. Lots of people do that stuff here because, like, hooligans will go around on Halloween and steal people's stuff, right? Here you have All Saints Day. Well, how about this? As a Canadian, I'm not in the fucking States. Fuck America. But also, hail Satan and put up spooky stuff on Halloween because it's the best fucking holiday. So just say that you're part of Canada. I do say fuck America. No direct offense intended. All of the offense intended. I just pissed off the entirety of my American audience, and now streamers getting canceled. Whee! Like quite literally, just say that you're celebrating a good Canadian holiday. Everybody loves Canada, right? Right? It's wintertime. Pentagram. Oh. Makes me sad. I couldn't believe say such a thing. Yeah, you know what? I've offended myself so much with my atrocities against my neighbors that dude, like just remember, whenever I would go down to PAX, I would tweet, "I am invading America," and then I crossed the border. I have successfully invaded America. Consider yourself invaded by a Canadian, America, and shit like that. It's more of a Celtic thing. You should like look at the shit that they do in Scandinavia for Halloween. Like, holy God. I don't know. Or just like confuse everybody and celebrate the Day of the Dead. And just have like all the super colorful skeletons and shit. And then when they steal your stuff, just tell them that you're Mexican. they're destroying your heritage. I don't know. Like that, I genuinely find that kind of fucked up. I'm very sorry that people steal stuff from you. It wouldn't be the first time? Yeah, last time we won. It's true. In 1812, Madison was mad. He was the president, you know. He thought he'd tell the British where they ought to go. He thought he'd invade Canada. He thought that he was tough. Instead, we went to Washington and burned down all his stuff. And the White House burned, 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 and the Americans won't admit it. A War of 1812 by 3 Dead Trolls and a Baggie. And before I get a content ID strike because of that. Actually, I've had VODs muted for playing that song before. Which is funny because like the only recording of it's a live song. Bieber took us by storm. Yeah. Sorry about that. Hey, you know, everybody forgets about it, but Canada has some pretty good singers and songwriters that are not Justin Bieber. What, the War of 1812, when the White House burned, burned, burns, and the Americans won't admit it? I don't know. That was some of my favorite history lessons when I was little, was reading about how Canada invaded the States. Well, the States invaded Canada, and then we won. We did a better job defending and burned down the White House. And then somehow ended up with less land by the end of it? I don't even... The Dwarf of the election of Clay to the position of mayor in the Eternal Adventure time in the early spring of 282. The Simple Dinner. It is interesting. In 1812, America invaded Canada and Canada won. Yes, this is a fact. And then at the end in land negotiations, somehow we ended up giving them a bunch of land anyway? I don't know. I just apologized for Bryan Adams on many occasions. I mean, there are plenty of really, really, really good singer-songwriters that come from Canada, okay? I'm just saying, Mariana's Trench is a really good band, and more people should listen to Shake Tramp. Aqua, you know Mariana's Trench, right? Sorry we had to beat you up in that war. Here's some land. Pretty much, yeah. Well, more like we have too much of it anyway, so fucking take some of it. Yeah, this is all true, right? Yeah, that is all true. Hold on. Let just the album "Fix Me" by Mariana's Trench. Just listen to that whole album. Just that. Add that to your playlist. That is a band that I have met multiple times randomly in craft breweries. Like, I've met multiple members of that band on multiple occasions in... Also, apparently it's on vinyl. How much is it? Ooh, I could buy one for $50. I would actually consider that. Anyway, I could probably get it repressed. But specifically the song Shake Tramp in that album is very influential in my music tastes. Because you smack them like a bitch and you take it like a whore. Upside down and around and around. Just another piece until you make another sound. It's like depressing as hell pop punk and good pop punk. Kind of emo pop punk, actually. But great Canadian band. Ironically, went to high school with Nickelback. The entirety of Nickelback, and they were another high school band at the same time. But, you know. They were really famous for a minute with Shake Tramp, and I don't think they've had a huge amount of success since. Is lumber operations still a thing in Canada? We were literally talking about that earlier today. People cementing themselves to trees. Yes, it's still a thing in Canada. Hopefully not much longer. Did I ever get it back? Get what back? Did I miss something? What, the land? From the fishing rights and stuff? No. I mean, if it goes on too much longer, I might have to go join one of the, like, oh, the nickel? No, I never got it back. But you know what? I'm bringing sexy back. Yep. Because those motherfuckers don't know how to act. Yep. BRB, it's 2006 again. I think that's the year that song came out? Might be 2005. You know what I miss? Going on the internet and typing in Justin and Timberlake was the top recommendation. Random factoid that no one needs to know. Justin Timberlake wrote the McDonald's jingle, the da-da-da-da-da. That's from a Justin Timberlake song. I'm angry with myself every day that I know that that's a thing. Oh, Timberlake's fucking great, dude. His music is much better than his acting career, though. I will say that. Gremlin from Air, indeed. Put on Wham? Fuck yeah! It's good shit. Slam, Wham, Slayer, Wham mashups are great. Of explicit metal songs. You know, there is a part of me that still wants that copy of SpongeBob SquarePants the musical on vinyl. There is part of me that still wants that. I've never snapped and bought it, but if I ever, okay, true story, if I could get that Ween album with Ocean Man on it, I would, but I don't think there's any vinyl for sale on Discogs for it because I've looked for it. At least the last time I looked, I didn't find anything. Maybe I was looking in the wrong place, but. Take me by the hand. Those songs are gold. It's on vinyl. Hold up. 3 Ween press represses for $80. Wait, from who? Oh, okay, it's currently sold out, but it does exist. It is sold out, but it does exist. This got repressed relatively recently, too. Meaning... it'll probably get repressed again. Oh, you want the red discs one? I wonder how much those sell for. Let's see. I mean, if you'd kill for it, you can buy it now, mint, from the UK for 45 British pounds. Well, I mean, it's the whole soundtrack, right? So it's I'd need to actually look at the songs. But I don't know if it's got all those covers in that. But I don't know. I haven't actually played that game. I have listened to some of the German versions of pop songs that are pretty gold. Like Changeover Day is pretty excellent. Probably my favorite song from that whole game. Gotcha, Ryan. Yeah, no, I haven't I haven't messed around with any of that. Yes, I need to fix this 30-something-year-old record player and build a proper hi-fi setup. I'm not entirely sure where in the world you are, Press Extra, but if you have like a Craigslist equivalent or any kind of like digital classifieds or even like Facebook stores, like getting hi-fi equipment is not that hard, or even eBay. Like it's not that hard to get a decent hi-fi setup at like a reasonable cost. Like if you go into building a hi-fi setup with a budget of $500, you can come out with an amplifier, a record player, and a tape deck, and maybe even a radio and 2 speakers for less than that if you're careful about it and frugal about it. Like you can absolutely set up a decent hi-fi setup for not too much money. People keep saying that they've got follower emotes now. Hold on, I need to go see if I have follower emotes. I still don't. Everybody else is getting follower emotes, but I don't have follower emotes yet. I'm sad. The hell? I know whatchamacallit in English, booster? Booster? Oh, I'd need to see a photo. Oh, an amp. An amplifier? Oh, okay. I got you. For like 150? That's not bad. Kenwood makes good stuff. Depending on what year it is, it could be great stuff too. I mean, at least here, I have a place called Innovative Audio that I go to, which is like just a audio repair and supply store, and they will repair anything without a screen on it that was made before 2005. So, like straight up, it's like anything without a screen on it. The one Twitch developer. Guys, I'm working as hard as I can, okay? Got us no Ocean Man, BRB. Ryan, are you, what's the updates on streaming Radical on Discord tonight? Because I can just do that whenever. Like, if I need to end early so that you can do that, I could do that. I got lots of editing that needs to get done, so. And I got a poodle that will need a walk, too, so. I don't know. If you want to do a Discord music party, we can absolutely do that. Oh, absolutely. We're going to give it to like 5. All right. I mean, that's about how long I was planning on streaming anyway, so that works. Also, Ryan, I've got a very important question. And it's... have you seen or played this? Because it's very good. I'm thinking about playing some more of that tonight. Listen to music. Well, you do seem to be improving a bit. How about you? You've also got a lot of happy thoughts in recent memory. Just the music talk room is for everything music related or hi-fi. Yeah. I mean, you could also put it in general, but music talk is more relevant. You're done listening to Ocean Man? Excellent. That's about how long Ocean Man lasts. I mean, that song's, what, 2 minutes long? Good old 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Yes, I was right. Ryan, I've got a question. Ween or Grateful Dead? If you had to pick one. Ween or Grateful Dead? I'm actually in the market to get another amplifier. And the reason I'm looking for 2 amplifiers. The reason I'm looking for 2 amplifiers is I want one to put into this cabinet I have right behind my desk here, which you guys can actually see if I swap to this camera and go over there. It's the thing that the record player is on right. This is not working. It's the thing that the record player is on over there. Yeah, that. Anyway, I want to get another amplifier for that because I have 2 extra tape decks that I'm not using. I just realized I left the top open. There we go. And I'd like to get my tape deck back into my audio setup for streaming so that I can stream my Makeup and Vanity set tapes. I'm looking at this link. Ooh. I can't read any of this, but that's fine. So this is what you picked up? That's not a bad little setup, dude. That's not a bad little setup. It's actually very similar. That's a very similar amplifier to mine. Yeah, that's not bad. It's pretty clean, too. Pretty good. I mean, all of that for 80 bucks? Yeah, no, that's a very solid start. Absolutely. I can't read anything on this page, but I mean, I don't consider myself hardcore or anything. I just got a bunch of good stuff for free, and I've been taking advantage of it. But yeah, no, that's a solid start. You just need some speakers. Speakers are very easy to get. People get rid of those constantly. Show how it sounds. Well, that's good. And so you own that setup now, or are you looking to buy that? Because if you own that, that's not a bad start. But like, in fact, that's a really good start. Because at that point, all you really need from there is just speakers. And then you're fucking set. You're gonna buy it? I mean, I would if it's as clean as it looks. Yeah, I'd buy that. That's hell of a good setup. And maybe if the guy also has some speakers, he could sell you some speakers as well. And then you're pretty much just good to go. Needs tending, but other than that, it's okay. I mean, like, if you're even remotely handy, a lot of that stuff is super easy to maintenance. Like, it's not like you're getting a cell phone or anything. Like, you can maintenance that. Dwarf's gonna run over here and just destroy that chain. Tired of this dwarf being chained up. You don't need to be because your sentence is over, but they're not releasing you for some reason. Get out, dwarf. Freedom! You'll get euphoric due to inebriation. Can you even remember the last time you had alcohol? Can't even remember the last time you had some alcohol. Oh no, you poor dwarf. This dwarf's been in prison for almost an entire year. You set fire to fried eggs? Excellent, then you'll have no trouble repairing a record player. I'm also like imagining you're flipping those eggs with your hands. But, you know. Make us set my friends on fire events, but I don't think many people would get it. Yeah, I wouldn't get it. Not far from what happened. Well, I mean, I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, my advice to you would be find a guy. And I know that might not sound so difficult, but find yourself a guy. And by a guy, I mean somebody who can repair audio gear for you at a relatively affordable cost. And then whenever major hiccups happen, you either call your guy or you just take it to the guy and get him to repair it for you. Because there are little small audio shops all over the place. What, reel to reel? I mean, the cost for entry for reel to reel will keep you away from it. Unless you have money to burn, it's very easy to avoid reel to reel. With an audio room and no wife? I mean, what if you just get the wife into the music? She's got to be in on it, you know? Says the guy who's single and has an audio room. Am I you from the future? What, single, bored, and I have a lot of audio gear? I don't know. Do you stream video games on the internet for a living? Was a very weird band? Huh. Just like I wrestled a bear once, or different kind of weird? Also, I showed my dad Spirit Box, and his response basically was, huh. That is a very unexpected voice to come out of that body. Banana the Second is making an artifact. And was also, I like this. Banana the Second was literally playing in a field of unicorns. This little small child is just playing in a field of unicorns. That's kind of great. All right, well, I got to turn these off while child makes artifact. We'll let the dwarves all run around for a minute. Also, did you see that tour that Hobo bought tickets to? Which was Every Time I Die in 68. Kind of jealous. Even though I get to see Every Time I Die next year. It's coming nowhere near you and it sucks. Okay, yeah. Over the years, yeah, fair enough. I mean, that does sound pretty strange. I've never heard of that band, I don't think. Or maybe I have and I just erased it from my memory, so. They weren't great. You know, honestly, when people ask me to name a weird band, you know, it's the first, like, when I think a band that weirds me out, there's one thing that comes to mind. Rock Bitch. And I'd be willing to bet $1 that the vast majority of the people in this channel have never heard of them. And I'd actually be kind of shocked if more than one person here has heard of them. In fact, I'd maybe even be shocked if one person has heard of them. I found out of them because of about them because of a random-ass Reddit thread. And they're just kind of burned into my memory now because of it. Oh, is someone tantruming? Max is tantruming. God damn it. Please don't kill anybody. But yeah, Rock Bitch is the weirdest band I've ever encountered. And they're also not very good. And if anybody's curious, maybe don't go Googling them, and if you do, have Safe Search on. But here's their Wikipedia page. If you want to fall down a wee bit of a rabbit hole. Maybe just read the history page or like the second half of the history page. But there's something special. There is and their website is very much not safe for work. So, a weeby rabbit hole? No. No. Cults, and compounds, and sex slaves, and a lot of BTSM, and witches, and Wicca. And drinking blood on stage. Yeah, it's that's the weirdest band I've ever heard of. They're the only band that I've ever encountered where I'm like, whoa. And then like stared at it for a minute and continued going, whoa. And then listen to their music and I'm still just like, whoa. That is the most weird band I've ever run into. Like, there's a lot of weird bands out there that do a lot of weird shit, but they commit on a level that, like, They had a public appearance on a TV talk show at one point, and they literally brought a dozen people tied up in handcuffs, which they were were pulling them on wagons onto the stage and shit like that. Like they got up to weird shit. You still had pagans in the UK? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we were talking about pagans earlier. We were indeed talking about pagans earlier. Pagans are cool. It's just, just like all religion. It's all made up. But, yeah, no, that's a rabbit hole. If you want to fall down a rabbit hole about a weird band, that's a rabbit hole about a weird band. I mean, and I'm talking about weird by my standards, and we have a band here that will... that their guitarist is a world record holder piercer, and he will put piercings in his shoulders for shows and then tie himself to the ceiling and lift himself off of the piercings on his skin on his shoulder blades while playing guitar. That's a band I go to see on a regular basis during normal times. You're going to share the fuck out of it? I mean, you don't need to be fazed by it, but it's still out there, right? Just goes back to, I mean, their music's not very good. That's the worst part about Rock Bitch is their music. The fascinating part about Rock Bitch is everything surrounding Rock Bitch and what they did and their activism and all of that stuff. Their political leanings and like their thoughts on religion and witches and magic and all that shit. That shit's interesting. Actually listening to Rock Bitch, kind of unpleasant because they're not very good. Also, investments are open. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend listening to Rock Bitch. Reading about Rock Bitch is fascinating, though. I feel bad. You know what's unpleasant to listen to? You know what isn't unpleasant to listen to? I don't know, it depends on the episode. But yeah, no, I aim to serve and provide weird. Well, they're Rock Bitch, not Stone Bitch. Come on. But fair, Stone. Fair. Now, if they were called Seashore's Wall Bitch, then you might want to, like, sue somebody, but... Also, I'm pretty sure that band folded before you made the username, so... Because, like, they stopped writing music in 2003, so... When Scrams was popular? I don't know when I want to go back to. I don't think the problem is, like... If I were to go back to when a particular music was popular, that would be before I was allowed to see music and still was getting bullied heavily. So I don't know if I really want to go back to when any particular band was popular. Oh, one thing I will say, Ryan, since we haven't recorded an episode in a while, and we probably won't for a bit, potentially, unless suddenly we record an episode in the next 24 hours. I saw Suicide Silence when they opened for Ginger. The actual opener no-showed because they got sick with COVID. Which was All Hail the Yeti, which I was indifferent on, so I'm fine with missing them. But because the opener didn't show up, Suicide Silence started their set 40 minutes early and played an hour and 40-minute long set instead of an hour-long set. You know what? not the biggest Suicide Silence fan, and I know you weren't either, right? But what I will say is that was a really fucking fun show. Like a really, really, really fucking fun show. Like those dudes put on a hell of a fucking show. I would go see them again. When it was Mitch? Yeah, and you know, honestly, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But that was a really fucking fun show. Like, the band was on point. Their current vocalist, who I can never remember the name of, does a very good job of emulating Mitch's vocals. And also, their stuff that's just them is pretty fucking good as well. I don't know. I'm weirdly okay with it. You lost a crown in the Suicide Silence pit you were in? Yeah, no, I mean, like, I saw them not long ago, like a week and a bit ago, and that was a really fucking good show. Like, hats off to them. Those guys are doing a good job. And they also, as part of that, we're playing an extra long set. They played a bunch of songs that they haven't released yet, which I know bands like to do that and saying, this is the only time we're playing them, but I think that's actually true. And they were only playing them because the opener wasn't there. And I'll say this, that new album might be worth looking forward to. That might be worth looking forward to. So, I don't know. Give them a listen when that new album comes out, whenever they release that, which apparently they've just started recording, so right before the tour. Because, like, I listened to a shit ton of Suicide Silence when it was Mitch, right? And then You Can't Stop Me, which was their first album with their new vocalist. I remember enjoying and listening to it at the time, but I kind of fell off after that. But honestly, I think I've, like, maybe it's nostalgia, maybe I've come back around on them. I don't know. I think I like Suicide Silence again. I'm pretty sure I like Suicide Silence again. Which isn't something I ever thought I would say. So, that's a thing. Signed by all the members, even Mitch? Oh, I'm assuming you mean Mitch. That's pretty fucking cool. Black Crown's a great album. I got to meet them because they were hanging out by the bar. I got to thank them for getting me through many, many, many years of night shift, which is true. I listened to a lot of Suicide Silence while working night shift. And it was funny because the guy who I went to, or one of the people I went to that show with, Kevin, he'd never heard any of their music before. And I asked him after the show, I'm like, so what'd you think of Suicide Silence? Because I've talked about them before. And he was always like, that looks like kind of hipstery music. And he's just like, I really like them. I'm like, really? And he goes, yeah, I like the song where I got to scream, fuck everything for 5 minutes straight. Because that's still a fun song to scream along with, regardless of who's singing. Like, how can you go wrong with fuck everything? You get to see that. I was supposed to see Thy Art Is Murder, and then, like, you know, the fucking Panini happened. Goddamn Panini. It's kind of rude. That's Suicide Silence, dude. Although, I can't fucking wait to see Under Oath and Spirit Box. That's the show that I'm looking forward to. Although literally none of my friends are going to that show. I'm going by myself. Which sucks. What are you doing, Massive? I need you to go fill out a bunch of jobs, dude. Can you please go fill out jobs instead of singing? Oh, spring has arrived. I need to keep track of this child, though. Make sure that they get everything that they need. So, chat, I am getting bombarded right now by Twitch to turn on 90 seconds of ads once an hour to get 2.5 times my ad revenue. I haven't done it. I've never been so torn on a thing ever with Twitch because it would probably be like, for me, maybe about $60 a month. If I were to do it, maybe 75. Just not doing it. It just feels wrong, man. Just feels wrong. I mean, none of you guys would even see it because you guys are all subscribed. It would hit people who aren't subscribed. You wouldn't mind if I did it? Fuck it. I'll do it until the amount bonus runs out. Dear Twitch, you don't need to give me a tutorial on how to access my own ads manager. Skip all. There we go. All right, there we go. I turned them on. We'll test it for a day. See how it goes. Although it'll actually test tomorrow. Today don't really count. I hate it, but it is what it is. Hey, extra good. What's up? All right. Stone heads up. We've got one more thingy. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out what this child needs. Got willow, granite, unicorn, full bone, and that. What do you need? Trees, stone, bones, bars of metal, of color, more bones. Gem shining, leather skin, 3 life. Stone rock. Yes. Bars of metal. Alright, fuck it. Let's try this. Also, if you just got hit with ads, Infinity, it worked. Let's see if that does it. Do you have wood? You do. Looks like what you need is gems. Oh, I see. I'm not going to do that. 5 minutes is ridiculous. 2 minutes an hour I can tolerate. Which is the minimum I need to turn on to get the ad bonus. The ad bonus only lasts until December, so. Besides, you don't even see them. Anyway, there it is. Heads up, Stune. And if somebody, okay, chat, here's the deal. I will keep the ads thing on. If somebody complains about ads in chat, you just immediately gift them a sub and give them ad-free viewing. Evaporation and condensation for the beginning practitioner. It's a hell of a name for a book. Oh, I'm an idiot. I took the military off of this, but... left the civ in there. I am an idiot. I'm like, why are they not doing the jobs? It's because I took the military out of the locked area, but not the civilians. That explains so much. Also, theoretically, Twitch should have that picture-in-picture stuff running. So theoretically, even if you do see an ad, it should pan out and do that. There we go. It's like, why isn't this working? I was freaking out. Let's also unsuspend this. Unsuspend that. Let some dwarves make some clothing. My manager is going to go manage work orders. The elves have arrived to trade. Cutting sards. Child is making an artifact. Excellent. Getting all the things that we need now. I was super worried. I was like, why is this not working? It's because I had my my burrows messed up. It's funny, I turned the ads on and my views count dropped by 10. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. You make that mysterious construction. So, Ryan, how we feeling about music stuff? Wait, what? Did you get beaten up? Oh, did Max beat you up? God damn it, Max beat you up. And it's begun a mysterious construction. There's no witnesses, though. That's weird. How in the world was there no witnesses? How in the world was there no witnesses? Perhaps it's because the person who was beaten hasn't told them what happened yet? Dwarves are making masterwork clothes. So everybody's getting a nice refresh on their clothing. Shouldn't take too long to make them. Ooh. I like it. Cooler. I like it. Chat, you guys want to see some art? Cooler drew me some art. Although technically this is going out to the patrons, but... So technically I shouldn't show you. But Cooler drew me art. Basically, because this isn't official patron-only art or anything, but this is... I'm doing a thing now where I send voice logs to people who support me on Patreon at the $7 tier and above. So if you are on the Patreon at $6.99 a month and above, then this is going to be the icon for it. Hey. That's almost new profile pic. Needs some hair, though. So if you support me at $7 a month and above, you'll get that. Ooh, Cooler just sent me a better version. I like that better version. That better version's nice. Banana the Second, the dwarven child, has created Thatthil Tholest a Willow Shoshin. What even is that? And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kikrost. 60,000. A Shoshin's mid-sized handheld cylindrical bore glass wind instrument. The musician blows across the end hole, blowing the end hole, and the musician selects the pitch by stopping the holes in the instrument. It has a 3-octave range going from a middle to a very high pitch at all pitches. The instrument has an even timbre and has 3 registers. The low register has a crisp slicing timbre. The middle register begins at a mid-high pitch and has a buzzy crisp timbre. And the high register begins at a high pitch and has a graceful, warm, heavy timbre. This is a willow shoshin. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn and leather and encircled with bands of black bronze and tapered baguette-cut opals and round, brilliant-cut pineapple opals. This object menaces with spikes of granite. On the item is an image of Passion Chop. Passion Chop! The violet waters, a giant cave spider's silk mask in willow. On the item is an image of 2 cubic cubes in unicorn bone. On the item is an image of Passion Chop, the violet waters, a giant cave spider silk mask in unicorn bone. Did anything fun happen in the last 2 hours? This. Nothing super violent, though. Nothing super crazy. Mostly just research and stuffs. But, yeah, that's mostly it. My left knee has been hurting. But yeah, no, we've mostly just been like babbling about music back and forth. Nothing super crazy's happened. Trying to fix dwarves. There was the one child earlier. Just had an artifact. Making everybody new clothings. I exposed a bunch of unwilling participants to the terrible, weird nightmare that is the band Rock Bitch, which, be wary. But, that's probably the standout. Then also talked about music we actually like. Ryan Stone confessed his love for Weezer, as per usual, and talked about how much he loves Ween as well. He didn't actually confess his love for Weezer, but he's always confessing his love for Weezer just by existing, because Beverly Hills. Let's see, what else has happened? Yeah, nothing particularly of note. Just waiting for dwarves to make babies and trying to make clothing for them. Pretty standard things today. I am indeed from the great lands of Canada. Yes. Last I checked, anyway. Pretty sure that hasn't been changed since I moved here. Well, pretty sure I moved from Canada to another part of Canada. You like one band from there, the Dreadnoughts? Ironically, I've seen them. I was actually telling somebody else the other day that I'd seen them. Because somebody was like, yo, have you heard of the Dreadnoughts? Good Canadian band from my area. I'm like, yeah, I've seen them. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that happens. I was literally talking about the Dreadnoughts the other day. So. But I don't know if you're into black metal, but here's a good band from here. So you're a dad rock kind of person? Gotcha. I mean, I like dad rock. Dad rock's fine. I like the Who. I also like, the Tragically Hip and ZZ Top. Cut your taste from your mouth. Yeah, it's dad rock. Lots of good shit out there. I'm only 27, and I probably have more records than most 27-year-olds. So, just listen to ZZ Top and rock on. It's good shit. Hey, Bog too. Speaking of patiently waiting for vinyl releases, Ryan, patiently waiting for them to repress You'd Prefer an Astronaut again, because I missed the last repress. Eternal sad. Eternal sad. Forever. Make rings. Ring rock. Oh. I think it was just one. Yeah, just one. One ring to rule them all, and in darkness, dwarf them. Come on, chat. Where's your your manners? Say hi to Bog too. A 91-ton chemical facility getting stolen? Is that like the time that Carmen Sandiego stole the Great Pyramids? Bog 2 knows what's up, see? Me? I refuse to go hunting because I don't kill animals, but I've been fishing many times. Not in years, though. I'm more of just a hiking kind of person. The French Revolution? I don't think I played that one. I definitely stole the Great Pyramids, though. And, like, the Eiffel Tower. But I don't recall stealing the French Revolution before. Man, I wonder how many Carmen Sandiego games are just like abandonware these days. Because that would be a fun stream. Just fucking streaming some, like, Carmen Sandiego. I mean, Where in Time was Carmen Sandiego. Yeah, there was definitely that. Did she steal the... Because I don't... Maybe that happened. Because I had Where in Time was Carmen Sandiego, but... I do not recall stealing the French Revolution, specifically. I definitely remember enjoying those games, though. Also, could someone just, like... Can someone just do what they did with the, like... With the putt-putt games and just put all the Carmen Sandiego games up on Steam? Someone should do that. It might have been a childhood fever dream. Potentially, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. She certainly has the ability to do that, Zane. The owner of the company from UK has no idea about its whereabouts and now paying 10,000 quid for any information. Hey, chat, if you have any information about Carmen Sandiego stealing 91-ton chemical facility, so give it to that guy and maybe you could get 10,000 quid. Something tells me it's worth more than that. Do you have any links to this? Or just like secondhand information, Cooler? Because I would love a link about exactly what the fuck's going on with that. Because that seems mad. What is a $4 million chemical recycling plant that vanished from its... This is such a weird article. How do you... Because, like, when you say recycling plant, I would think, like, a building, right? How do you steal a building? What? I'm confused by this article. They stole a bridge in Brazil? How? I want to watch a movie about that. That seems like a Stallone and like Arnold Schwarzenegger heist film. Don't ask. Like, are you sure that the entire cast of the Fast and Furious wasn't there the night before? Don't ask since you don't know. Did they ever find it? Takes 11 lorries to carry that. So 11 ladies named Lori. It takes 11 of them to carry that? I mean, I know what a lorry is. Don't get mad at me. 11 trucks. You know, I'm more just like flabbergasted by they stole a bridge. And all I have to say is I am impressed. Like, I'm not even, like, around here, right, we got some pretty big bridges, right? If one of the bridges just disappeared, it would be absolute bedlam. Like, it would be completely unthinkable and absolute fucking chaos. I wouldn't even be mad. Especially if they got away with it. And not even and we would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for them meddling kids bullshit kind of way. But like, and actually, like, if they got away with it, I would just be too impressed to actually say anything. I think the cooler watches me just to learn new words. Man. They did find the steel bits later. Okay, still, how do you steal a bridge? So I received an email or a DM from Discord a couple of days ago saying, we noticed that your partnered community has missed our partnership requirements over the last 4 weeks. But don't fret, you've reached these requirements before, and we believe that you can reach them again. And they just sent me a DM saying that we reached those requirements again. So thanks, guys, for posting on the Discord. Jesus. I'm going to post this in the off-topic section of Discord. If you guys want to go see the actual Discord DMs. I like Discord, but God, it's like their partner program is like oddly annoying these days. A wizard will never reveal his secrets until he fucking does. Just took off with it in the fog. The thing is, with the Golden Gate Bridge, there's so much traffic on that bridge that you'd also steal, like, I don't know, maybe 800 people along with it. So, you know. They would be stealing a lot more than just the, you know, stuff. They really don't want to keep me partnered, though, Lump. That's the thing. Or are they in on it? Wah, 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 wah. Although stealing the Golden Gate Bridge would also probably save a lot of lives. Because of the number of people that jump off of it. Kidnapping would be added? Yeah, it would be theft, kidnapping, Grand Theft Auto, because you'd also be stealing a lot of cars along with it, right? A lot of collateral damage. Stealing a bridge like that. because you'd also have to steal a lot of cars alongside of that. Because you'd be stealing the people, the cars, the bridge, probably some road on either end. I'm just saying. I don't think you could feasibly do that. I have a feeling that this bridge that Lord was talking about that was stolen was a little bit smaller. I mean, Discord. I'm a Discord partner. But Discord really doesn't want to keep me partnered. I'm not big enough famous enough or cool enough to keep it. Literally, legit, the only reason we have it is because of that room where I've told you guys to count to 1 million. And so thank you to those of you who are keeping that count going. Because quite frankly, I could see a world where I wouldn't have that account anymore if that room didn't exist. So, speaking of Discord, Ryan, it's 5. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Right now, in fact. Year 329. Fortress is 324 years old. We are making a lot of nice mittens, and then we're going to lock the doors in the fort again. Or in the tavern again. We're making a bunch of food and meals and all that stuff. Banana 2 is running around and gathering their first clothing. They're currently wearing 2 socks and 2 gloves. This is a 2-year-old dwarf is running around currently with 2 socks and 2 gloves on. I don't know. Someone did it in Brazil, apparently. Jimmy? Make a point, maybe? I don't know. Now he's wearing a dress as well. All right, now you're a decent dwarf. Steal the steel? Yeah, you got to steal steel to make some steel, you know? We're always stealing steel from the places where we mine steel, so. Kind abrasive lapwing bat chest. Yes, that is very much a Twitch clip URL, and that's a very accurate description of that clip. What's that? Cooler. I got an email for a game that looked really cool, and then the last bit popped up where it's like, and it's all powered by loot boxes and NFTs. It's like first-person multiplayer mech RPG. I was like, oh my god, I'm in. And then it was like, yeah, it's NFTs. No wonder it has 99% dislikes. And almost no likes. To steal stealthily, yes. I think this would give me motion sickness, the way the camera sways. Does look cool, though, visually. Yeah, no, this would definitely give me motion sickness. They've been invading the games industry for a while, Squawk. It's good tunes, too. I don't really want to unmute it, though. There was just a Bloomberg article about Mario Kart, but NFT. Wait, like actually Nintendo Mario Kart? Or somebody who's making a kart racer using NFTs? That kind of sucks. Goes down again. No, Bastet. I really hope that there's ways to turn off all the screen shake in that, though, Cooler, because, like, I wouldn't be able to play that game, I don't think. It does look visually cool, but I also think it would give me some pretty major headache. Also, the FOV looked kind of low. I don't have any cooks in the fort, apparently. Weird thunking sound above me. Don't know what that is. But it is a very weird sound. Coming November 30th this year. What, because people are used to waiting so long? Also, Cooler, I need to ask you, how long did you work on that drawing for? Like, how long did it take you to draw that? I have a feeling your response is going to be no idea, but 3 hours? Okay, noted. Need to know how much to pay you. He wasn't counting? Well, you should have been like 75 hours, and I would have been like, I didn't ask you that long ago. And you would have been like, that's how long it took me! You had to clone yourself 15 times and do 37 iterations to get it perfect. You traveled back in time. Yes, multiple times. You also had to buy a time machine in order to pull off such a feat, which was very expensive. It required stealing a 91-ton chemical recycling facility. It took 11 people to conclude the heist. I can't wait to watch the movie about the theft of that chemical facility though. It genuinely does sound like something out of Fast and the Furious. But you know, this is why Cooler's a good artist, and you should pay Cooler for art. Just because he will literally steal a chemical facility and go back in time to get her done. Thing with that game is it's grid-based movements, sort of like a dungeon crawler. Oh, really? So it's a real-time dungeon crawler then? We need to watch that footage again. I'll watch that footage again off stream with the music turned on. The thing that I'm concerned about is all the screen shake stuff, because that stuff in first person would just make me, like, it would hurt based on the way it looked in that trailer. So depends on how many like accessibility options they would have for me. Movie about how the Golden Gate Bridge got stolen by aliens, of course. By aliens, of course. Combat is real time from what you understand, but movement is turn-based. Huh. That sounds really weird. But also interesting? Kind of interested now? I thought it was just another retro shooter. That's kind of what it looked like from the trailer, but maybe I'll have to look at it a second time. Give it a bit more of a look. Threatened a cloth, stockpile. Making drinks and more meals. But, like, hear me out. What if instead of a knight that went around punching things, you were a knight with a shovel that smacked things with a shovel? I'm pretty sure that's a unique idea that hasn't been done before. Also, side note, I would absolutely play a Shovel Knight roguelike. Considering, like, Shovel Knight's in so many games and they're letting other people make shovel games, I would absolutely play Shovel Knight. Gone Rogue. Shovel Knight Gone Rogue. There you go. That's what you could call it. I kind of like Shovel Knight. The problem is I don't ever want to play a retro platformer. It's just not a style of game that I enjoy. Dwarves are heading back upstairs. They'll be locked in the tavern again. And investments are open. All right, so I'm not sure if Ryan is going to stream that record, but I've been streaming for 8 hours and 15 minutes today. I was kind of planning on doing another game this evening, but I got a lot of editing to do, especially if I want to get that Rift Wizard done that Rift Wizard video done in a reasonable amount of time. So I think I'm going to call it for today, guys. And go take the dog for a walk because, you know, she's had food, but she's only had 2 quick outies to go use the bush. So I kind of want to take her for a little bit more of a walk, although it is raining outside, and she's not going to enjoy that walk, but I'm going to make her go for a walk regardless. If you guys missed it earlier, I did link this, if I can find it. This, which is the save file for, oh yeah, they'll play out. Which is the save file for the Reigns of Terror, which was my Halloween fort. So if you want to mess around in that save file at all, you can. And if you want to catch more of the things I do on that YouTube channel, there's more Dwarf Fortress that you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you want to support the stuff I do directly and get access to those little voice clips, sound commands, or just get your name in the credits, there's my Patreon. But seriously, though, if you're already on the Patreon, go vote, because there's a Patreon vote up there right now where you can vote on the game that I will play through this month. Their options are Rhyme, Outer Wilds, and without the DLC. I don't own the DLC. And why am I blanking what the third one is? Portal Reloaded, that Portal mod that I haven't touched. So, all that being said, just want to say thank you, everybody,